the evidence. Only now we come to the effect you actually admit taking the cups.
Mandlovu vari vambirhi lava va tlhele va hlamusela swin'wanyana hi nhleni ka sweswo va vula leswaku u tike tikhapu letiya timbirhi u ya ti hlantswa se a ku sunguleni u ri muchuchisi u kanetile ku u ti tekile ko va ka nkarhi wa sweswi laha u pfumelaka ku tikhapu letiya u ti tekile kambe emasungulweni loko hi sungula a wu kaneta ku u ti tekile.
Ni kanetile ku a ni tekanga tikhapu ni ya ti hlantswa lo ti teka ni chela ndzeni ka bakiti na le ka affidavit ya mina bench swi kombile ku ni vulavurile hi tikhapu so ni kanetile ku a ni tekanga ni ya ti hlantswa lo ti teka ni ti kumeta ndzeni ka bakiti.
My Lord, initially what I disputed was that I took the cups and washed them. My Lord, initially, what I disputed was...
Let's keep distance, please. Corona is still here. Let's respect the protocols. Please. I'm addressing myself to you, too. Now, the one in front. Yes, aren't you very close to the lady next to you?
There's a row between them, my Lord.
No, the two is sitting just across the... Please. Get away. Yeah. No, the lady next to the gentleman. Please just make a space. Thank you. Let's proceed. Let's respect the protocols, please.
My Lord, I believe the interpreter was so busy interpreting.
Yes.
As the court pleases, my Lord, what the witness was saying was that what she disputed at first was that she took the 2 cups and went over to wash them. She says, no, that's not what happened. Instead, she concedes that she took the cup, but she only took them and put them inside a bucket. She further explains, my Lord, that this is also contained in her bail affidavit, the affidavit that she used to apply for bail. It does indicate that she spoke about the 2 cups in that affidavit.
Yes, and only after you were alerted to that fact did you admit that fact.
Kambe Mandlovu vari xilo humelela andzhaka loko u tisiwile sweswo andzhaka loko u kombetiwile sweswo laha u nga pfumela kumbe ku pfumela leswaku u tekele tikhapu letiya timbirhi.
Bail application affidavit lower court. So lawyer
then if counsel, my Lord, is saying that I only admitted only after I was alerted to that, the bail affidavit, it's quite older. It was used in the lower court. So how would my attorney would have known if only these allegations were alerted to me now? When the attorney came to know about that because I made him aware of that. I told him that.
You see, and I find it extremely strange because the evidence of both Mrs. Nwebe as well as Mrs. Masanganye were to the effect that you were crying. And that portion of evidence is also corroborated by Sergeant Mabale. Why did you cry, Mrs. Ndlovu?
Olaktiva kwa urilela yini Mandlovu la hiku Mrs. Nwebe na Miss Masangane na bona loko va nyika vumbhoni bya bona la va hlamusele ku a ri ku rileni a handleni ka sweswo Mabale Sergeant Mabale na yena u vuya va seketela ka leswi va nga swi vula u vuya fakazela leswi va nga swi vula hi ku a ri ku rileni se xivutiso i ku a wu rilela yini kwalaho ka a wu rila Mandlovu
a ni swi tivi swa ku mani wa pena mani Masangane va vona ku ni rila xin'wana ka Mabale mi endlele loko se ku pfuriwe yindlo loko se ta va ni swona swa ku sesi wa mina i lovile.
Manot, I don't know where these two witnesses, Mrs. Ngwepe and Ms. Masangane, saw me crying. I don't know about that. But then, as to Mabale,
It's not a question whether you know. It's a question why would they say so? You will recall that when you begged Mrs. Ngwepe, he refused initially, and you persuaded her. You started crying. And you fell at the gate next to the house where your sister was in Rocha. And at the gate they said, you know, Balovi, you're phoning somebody. Say, why would they say so?
xikulukumba lanwani Mandlovu I ku bona a hi ku va wena u ku a wu swi tivi ku va ku vone ku u rila hi leswi va nga swi vula va te va ku vone u karhi u rila va te va ku vonile se xivutiso I ku hikwalaho ka yini va vulavule tani hi ku u hlamuserile na luya Mrs. Ngwepe ku a wu karhi n'wi rapela u karhi n'wi kombela leswaku a ku heleketa u fika u wa laha gate-ini ya muti luwa laha sesi wa wehe a tshama koho a hire koho a tshame koho se u karhi u fonela na vanhu u vula leswaku u lovile sesi wa wehe se xivutiso ku I ku hikwalaho ka yini va vule sweswo ku va ku vone u rila ku humelela sweswo. My Lord, I don't know why they testified to that effect. I don't know. And earlier, my Lord, when the court asked the question, it was before the interpretation was completed. The witness alluded to the other issue which counsel asked about of Mr. Mabale. She said she only cried in the room after the room was opened and she discovered that her sister passed on. That's when she cried in front of this Mr. Mabale. That's when he saw her crying.
Now, that is blatantly not true. Sergeant Mabale testified. He found you at the gate together with his colleague. You were crying. And he found it strange because nothing was found yet. A body wasn't found yet.
Ora ntiyiso sweswo Mandlovu Sergeant Mabale a famba na mutirhi kulori loko va fika laha va te ku te yena va kume a gate-ini Mandlovu a ri ku rileni futhi swi vuye swi n'wi hlamarisa yena Sergeant Mabale ku ku hi nkarhi lowu a wu rila hi wona a ku nga se kumeka ntsumbu wa sesi wa wena a ku nga se kumeka nchumu lexi a xi nga ku endla ku u rila miri wa yena a wu nga se kumeka
a ndzi zangi ni rila hi ku loko ndzi tsundzuka kahle loko Sergeant Mabale na xivana va kote ku vona movha wa vona ku ya yima gate-ini va hlanganisa na gate-ini so loko a ni rila a ndzi se va ta va ni kotile na ku va hlanganisa na gate-ini.
I did not cry. I was not crying. In fact, I was even able to see their car as it came to stop at the gate. And I went up to them to meet them at the gate. So if I was crying, I don't believe that I would be able to do that. I would not have been able to do that, my Lord.
See, because that aspect was never challenged with Mr. Sergeant Mabale.
Xin'wana mhaka yaleyo a yi zangi yi phikiziwa eka Mr. Mabale hi marito yan'wanyana loko a hlamusela sweswo Sergeant Mabale a nga zanga kanetiwa hi swona a byeriwa ku a hi swona ku u kume geteni u kha u rila
loko tsundzuka kahle a ri conclusion swi kanetile swilo sweswo na advocate so tsundzuka a n'wi loko a n'wi police station i vurile ku minte a nga rili.
My Lord, if my memory serves me well, if I remember well, even at the time when we were still in Palm Ridge, I disputed that, my Lord. And even my advocate Soko, during his turn for cross-examination, he disputed that on my behalf, that is, he put it to Sergeant Mabale that I was not crying.
I don't have that in my notes, my lord.
Okay, I'm gonna turn.
Musane and Mabale said when they arrived at the gate, she was crying,
Seated.
and Sergeant Shilubani tried to comfort her. And then after they proceeded to the room section, that's evidence that is on record.
Karke vumbhoni lebyi byi nga kona lebyi va kota ku byi vona hi ku ya hi leswi va laha hansi Mandlovu i ku hlamuselo ya Sergeant Mabale Wisani Anthony Mabale ku ve ku loko va fika laya a karhi a famba na Sergeant Shilubani va ku kume gate u karhi u rila Sergeant Shilubani ku va yena a ku khongotelaku ivi kusuka kwalano ke va ya mahlweni va kongomala la tlhelo leriya ku nga na ti-room kona.
Mabale u vule sweleswo mara ni kanetile loko a va ni kumangi nkarhi wo rila ni va hlanganise gate loko ri rila a ni ta va ni swi kote njhani ku va hlanganisa.
My lord, that is what Sergeant Mabale testified to, but I disputed that. I disputed that. I did say that I was not crying. I was able to see their car coming to park at the gate, and I went over to them. I would not have been able to do so if I was crying.
And
And even if they asked me as to why I was crying, I would have no explanation. I wouldn't be able to tell them why I was crying.
You see, now the problem that I have with this evidence is both Mrs. Mwepe as well as Mrs. Masanganye testified that you were falling down at the gate, which is in photo 1 of Exhibit F. Do we have a photo of it? Photo 1, Exhibit F.
Laba vambirhi Mandlovu, Mrs. Mwepe na Miss Masanga loko va hlamusela vona va te a wu rila u tlhe u wa laya a gate ya la mutini luwa gate ya muti luwa ya le i vonakalaku laha ka photo number 1 eka Exhibit F.
Do you see that?
Wa yi vona? Wa swi vona sweswo?
na swi vona mara a ni swi endlanga swilo sweleswo a ku na la ni nga wa kona a ku na la ni nga rila kona.
I do see that, my lord, but I'm disputing that. I'm saying that I did not do what they said I did, my lord. There's no way I cried and fell. I did not fall. I did not cry.
But then, do you wish to continue?
Yes, I wish to continue, my lord.
Ni ngene na mani Mwepe mani Masanganye ni sungula ku vona court a sungula ku vona court a ndzanga ni vona na loko ri ku a ri koko la xikarhi ka buku a ndzanga ni tekela nhlokweni a sungula ku vona.
My lord, just to add on that, you know, the first person that I entered through the gate into that yard with is Mrs. Mwepe. This other person that is being referred to, Miss Masanganye, I did not see her there, even if she was amongst the group of people which was there, didn't see her. In fact, it was my first time to see her in court. I didn't see her there.
Mr. Ndlovu, may I request you to answer the questions so that we can move forward and finalize this matter?
Kombela ku Mandlovu u hlamula swivutiso ku hi kota ku ya mahlweni ta kota ku heta hi ta fika makumu ka nandzu lowuwani.
Because strangely enough, we find also the evidence of Sergeant Mabale, who said at that exhibit in photo number 1, you were found on the ground seated. Strangely enough, corroborating the evidence of Mrs. Mwepe as well as Mrs. Masanganye.
La swi hlamarisaka ngopfu kona Mandlovu i ku vumbhoni bya Sergeant Mabale u hlamusele ku kwalaha ka Exhibit F laha u kombiwaka kona gate la u hlamusele ku hi lava nga fika va kuma koho u ri ehansi u tshame hansi vumbhoni bya yena Sergeant Mabale byi seketela leswi nga vula hi Mrs Ngwepe na Miss Masangane.
Nirhi a ndzi zangi ni rila loko Mabale na Shiluvana va ta a ni nga tshamangi hansi a ndzi foni ka jaji ndo va hlanganisa swilo swo swi vula a ni swi tivi ku va swi kuma kona.
My Lord, I'm saying that I never cried. I was not on the ground. I was not seated on the ground when Mabale and Shilubane came there. I met them outside at the gate. I went over to them. I was not crying. What they are saying, my Lord, I don't know where they found this, what they are saying, my Lord. I don't know where they found this.
Now, ma'am, if one takes a look at the room of the deceased in Exhibit F, you see Exhibit F there in front of you, the photos.
Loko languta kwalano emahlweni ka wena Exhibit F ti photo loko u languta la mahlweni ka room leyi ku vulavuriwaka yona wa yi vona Exhibit F.
Was there anything stolen from the room?
Swikoho leswi a swi yiviwile kusuka la roomini.
A ni swi tivi ku na leswi a swi yiviwile ndzeni ka room ku room loko yi pfuriwa a ndo hi nkarhi va sava ku ri na Mabale na Shiluvana so ku yiviwe yini kumbe ku yiviwa nchumu a ni swi tivi.
I don't know if there's anything that was stolen from the room, my Lord. But the room was opened at the time when Sergeant Mabale and Shiluvane were there. So I wouldn't know if there was anything that went missing from the room.
Ma'am, please answer the question so that we name it. The question is, was there anything stolen?
Xivutiso I ku
Don't ask who was there when they opened the room.
xivutiso ku I ku swikoho leswi a swi yiviwile la ndzeni ka room na a va vutisi ku I mani a ri kona loko room yi pfuriwa.
A ni swi tivi.
I don't know.
Did you at any stage borrow or give your sister Audrey Somisa Ndlovu a phone?
Ku na nkarhi lowu u nga n'wi lomba sesi wa wena Audrey Somisa Ndlovu u n'wi lomba phone kumbe u n'wi nyika phone na?
Loko na ku heta ku kuma tifoni ta contact ta sales ku na le a ni n'wi nyike yona ku na nkarhi wun'wana a foni ya a yi onhakile ku na nkarhi a ni n'wi lombele yin'wana ya taxi.
Yes. There was a time when I acquired phones through a cell phone contract from Cell C. I borrowed her one of those phones, and there was a time when one of her phones was not working. It was not functional, and I let her use one of the phones that I acquired from Cell C through contract.
After death?
Andzaka loko se a lovile? What happened after her death?
Did you use the phone after her death?
Andzaka loko se a lovile mi ti tirhisile tifoni letiya loko se a lovile?
Ku na le a yi ri na mina hikuva a ti ri ti-two leta Cell C so a ni swi leswaku nambara leyi a ni nyike yo hi yini leyi ma ni tirhisele yo hi yini ku na leyi a ni ri na yona.
There's a cell phone that was in my possession, that I had it with me, my Lord. There were two of them, but then I can't tell you which one was using which number, which she had given to me at the moment. I can't tell you which number I was using from the two cell phones.
After the death of your sister, Audrey Somisa Ndlovu, did you take back the phone?
Se andzaka loko a lovile sesi wa wena Audrey Somisa Ndlovu u vuye u yi teka phone na?
A ni tekanga nchumu lwini ya yena loko a lovile teka swimbalo swa yena ntsena loko se hi heta funeral.
I did not take any other things from her place of residence. I only took her clothes, and that was after the funeral. That's what I took.
Ma'am, at the end, they are going to make some submissions relating the questions. The question is not whether you took the clothing or any items. The question is, did you take the phone back?
Apo heteleleni Mandlovu swi ta karhata hi ku va ta vula leswaku wena a wu hlamuli swivutiso u balekela ku vulavula swivutiso. Xivutiso la a hi ku kuna swilo leswi nga swi teka ndlwini ya yena na va kongoma kona kwalano lexi va xi vutisaka Mandlovu i ku ti-cellphone leti a n'wi lombe tona loko se a lovile makwenu u vuye u ti teka na kumbe u vuye u yi teka cellphone yaleyo a n'wi lombe yona ku a yi tirhisa na? No, I did not.
Okay, if we might proceed, my lord, I'll also on that matter. Now, and then I did ask you about the fact that Professor Leonard Peter Christian Jansen explained that it wasn't Audrey who made the phone calls to obtain life policies, but it was you. And what is quite interesting of his report, paragraph 15, it's not just only the pronunciation and sounds which you detected, but you had an extra factor because you were rolling your R's. And he found that to be enough proof to find that it was in fact you speaking on that phone calls. It wasn't your sister.
Ingisela ke Mandlovu kuna vumbhoni lebyi byi nga kona la lebyi nga byi twa bya Professor Jansen. Professor Jansen u ta swi tsundzuka ku hi luya a nga fananisa rito ra wena na ra Audrey loyi a nga vuya nyika vumbhoni leswaku loyi a fona a nga teka ti-life policy a ku nga ri yena Audrey Somizi Ndlovu sesi wa wena a ku ri wena. Loko u languta report leyi a nga yi endla leyi va kombetaka yona laha ka paragraph 15 u vuya va na nhlamuselo ya ku u kote ku hambanisa mavulavulelo ya wena na ya makwenu Audrey Somizi Ndlovu hi ku wena loko u vulavula ka maletere ya ti-R u vulavula hi ndlela leyi kombetaka leswaku wa ya rola hi leswi a vulaka swona yimeri wa mfumo leswi swi nga hambana loko va yingisela ndlela leyi Audrey Somizi Ndlovu a ya vurisa xiswona.
And the findings that Professor Loyanga social voice recordings, it way understood. Now, local government and roll at the understood, this young adult, so I'm just going to understood this year and
Manod, what I'll say in answering that, in responding to that, is that I'm not the person who took the policies, my sister's policies. I'm not the one who applied for them, that is to say. And as to the findings of the Professor Jansen, I don't know about that. And I can't say anything to it. And more, especially that which he found about my way of pronouncing R's. That's his expert knowledge. I cannot dispute that. I don't know about it.
Ma'am,
Yes, Williams, as a witness, not said that her voice and the voice of her late sister are so, so close to one another that you may even take, mistaken one for the other.
Yes.
Yes, so let me testify to that.
But there's another aspect. Professor Jansen, or Professor, if I can just, paragraph 15, Professor Jansen says, not only the pronunciation of the voices or the sound of the voices, but the R, how they are being, they roll, they have a specific form how they are being pronounced. It's paragraph 15 of Exhibit BBB, my lord. But I'm not arguing it further, I'm going to leave it for argument. Is that okay? As please on the court. So, ma'am, I put it to you, the reason why you rinsed those glasses, those cups, that day, is because you knew you gave your sister something in. Tea or coffee or whatever it was.
But xivangelo xa ku va u teke tikhapu letiya ya tihlantswa i ku a wu swi tiva leswaku ku na leswi nga chelela sesi wa wena swona ka leswi a mi swi no hambi a hi tivi ku tiya kumbe kofi sweswi mi ri ku swi nweni laya ku na leswi a n'wi chelerile ka swona leswi swi nga endla ku u ya teka tikhapu letiya u ti chela matini hi leswi a wu swi tiva ku na yini.
Tikhapu leti ni nga ti teka no ti chela ndzeni ka bakiti a ni ti hlantswangi xin'wanyana loko a ni tiva ku ku ri na leswi ni nga xi chela a ni ta va ni ti hlantswela olovo loko hi heta ku nwa tihi a ni nga ta va ni fambile hikuva a ni nga swi leswaku ndzhaku ka mina ku ta sala ku tama.
My Lord, the 2 cups that I took, I did not rinse them or wash them. I put them inside a bucket. And my Lord, if I had put something in the cups or cup which my sister was using to drink, I would have washed or rinsed the cup at the time immediately after we were done drinking tea or coffee. I would do so because I wouldn't know who would come afterwards and discover what I would have left there. So I would not just have left the cups there and leave. I would have rinsed them at that time when we were done drinking coffee or tea.
Ma'am, can you explain to the Honourable Court what is it that Audrey Somisang Ndlovu nominated you as a beneficiary while she had a son, Mr. Brilliant Mashego, deceased in count 12?
Se ingandzela Mandlovu incini leswi a swi nga endla ku Audrey Somisang Ndlovu makwenu a tshika ku tsarisa n'wana wa yena Brilliant Mashego eka tipolisi leti a ri na tona a tsarisa wena a nga tsarisi n'wana wa yena. I don't know what made her to choose me, choose to nominate me instead. I don't know.
Okay. I'm going to move on. If we can move to count 10. Mr. Mayeni Mashaba. Now, in the instance of Mr. Mayeni Mashaba, both Mr. Mishak Mudau as well as Mr. Bafana Sidwell Lomuka testified to the effect that you did not want anybody to know that you had meetings with Mr. Mayeni Mashaba.
Ay balabuli nanzulwa wa bu 10 lo khumba ku Mayeni Mashaba nkulukumba luya angabi yalova se ku twakale vumbhoni bya Mudau na Hlomuka lava nga hlamusela ku wena a wu nga swi lavi Mandlovu ku swi tiveka ku wa vonana mahlangana na Mr. Mayeni Mashaba.
Ai a ni swi tivi leswaku me a ni nga swi lavi ntumbuluka a ku na nkarhi lowu ni nga tshama ni vulavula na moyeni ku ka ye a ni lavi vanhu va swi tiva so ku va swi kuma kwini a ni swi tivi.
I don't know about that. I don't remember, my Lord, discussing or talking to Mayeni Mashaba, telling him that I don't want people to know that him and I are meeting or seeing each other. So as to the evidence given by the 2 witnesses, Mudau and Hlomuka, I don't know as to where this come from. I don't know where they found all that.
They heard you on the speakerphone when Mr. Mayeni Mashaba received the call from you.
Bari va ku twe ka speakerphone nkarhi lowu Mayeni Mashaba amukela riqingho ra wena ra ku huma ka wena.
A ni swi tivi sweswo hi ku loko a receive foni a ni nga ri kona mina so lexi ni xi tivaka i ku a ku na laha ni nga n'wi byela kona ku a ni lavi vanhu va swi tiva ku hi va hi va.
I don't know about that. When Mr. Mayeni Mashaba received the call, I was not there. But what I know is that I never told him that I don't want people to see us meeting.
But I'll get to that. Can I ask you, why did you have a meeting with the deceased Mr. Mayeni Mashaba on the 10th of April 2017?
When Salam Mandlovu uze ungaba na nhlangano uze ungahlangana na Mr. Mayeni Mashaba at the 10th of April 2017. Yes, I did.
Why?
I had a meeting with him.
Why?
I'm akuri meeting wa yini kwala ka yini mi hlangana.
Loko ni David Thona ni tolovele ku n'wi fonela so na siku leriya a swi fana na masiku ni lo n'wi fonela ku ni la David Thona xi ta se ni ku endleni ka misisi.
Whenever, my Lord, I would go to Davidton, usually I would call him. So that day was just like any other day. I went to Davidton and did a search, that is to call him. Although I was there specifically to do my hair, I did call him, yes.
Okay, but the witnesses relied that the deceased in count 10, Mr. Mayeni Mashaba, was on his way to meet you.
Kambe timboni letiya timbirhi loko ti hlamusela ti te mufi Mr. Mayeni Mashaba loyi a hlayiwaka laha ka nandzu wa vu-10 a ri ndleleni a ya ku hlanganeni na wena.
A ni swi tivi ku ye i vulavule na vo njhani leswi ni swi tivaka ni fonele loko se ni ri xitahleni Davidson a ku loko ni ku suna ku heta ku luka ni ta ku fonela ivi ni fonela a ta ku i vulavuleni na voho before a ni swi tivi.
My Lord, I don't know what the deceased, Mr. Mayeni Mashaba, discussed with the two witnesses. I was not there. What I know is that I gave him a call to inform him that I'll go to a place called Esihlahleni to go and plait my hair there. I told him that when I'm about to finish plaiting my hair, I'll call him to come over to me. But as to what and how he held discussions with the two witnesses, I don't know, my Lord.
Okay. Let's leave the two witnesses. So you and the deceased had a meeting. When was that meeting?
Se I tshikila va vambirhi timboni letiya timbirhi Mandlovu a hi va rivali valavo n'wina mi ri vambirhi na Mayeni Mashaba mi ve na meeting wa n'wina mi ve mi hlangana se u ve rini kwihi a mi hlangane kwihi? Yeah, we met at that place, Esihlahleni. He came over after I called him, I phoned him. He came over, my Lord.
And why did you have to have a meeting with him?
A ku ri xivangelo xa ku mi va na meeting na yena, mi va na meeting wena na Mayeni Mashaba. He asked me for money. He said he wanted to use the money for transport. He would want to travel to Pretoria to his grandparents' place.
So that is the reason why you met.
See, so leswi swi nga endla ku mi ze mi hlangana mi va mi hlanganile wena yena. Yes, that's the reason why we met. Yes.
Why didn't you just transfer the money to his bank account?
Hikwalaho ka yini u nga zangi u yi rhumela a bank account ya yena u yi transfera kunene? I had cash with me. I had cash in my possession, my Lord, and he told me about that. That is to ask me to help him with the money when I was already on my way to Davidson.
And why was that not put to the witnesses?
Hikwalaho ka yini sweswo swi nga byeriwangi timboni letiya hi marito yan'wanyana lava vambirhi loko va nyika vumbhoni hikwalaho ka yini swi nga vuriwangi eka vona. My Lord, if I remember well, my memory serves me well, whenever witnesses would complete their evidence, would be done with giving their evidence, Advocate Soko would come over to me and ask me if I heard the evidence of the witnesses, what they had said about me. So I don't remember being asked that question. I was not asked that question. I only replied or responded to what he was asking me.
Now it's Advocate Soko's fault again.
Se swivula ku nakambe sweswi I xihoxo xa Advocate Soko.
A xihoxo xa yena. Ni vula ku me a hlamula leswi va ka ni vutise swona. A nga zanga nghena ka ti-details teto ta ku u nga n'wi hoxelanga. I lo ni vutisa ku mi hlanganile na ni ku hi hlanganile. A mi hlanganela yini n'wi byela ku a kome mali ya ku ya Pitori. A nga hi xihoxo xa yena.
No, my Lord, I'm not saying that it's his fault. It's not his fault. He came over to me and asked me as to whether we had a meeting, that is myself and the deceased. I said yes. But he never questioned me and go into details about his questions. He only asked me as to whether we had a meeting with the deceased. I said yes. The deceased has asked me for money because he wanted to travel to Pretoria. But he never asked me as to why I couldn't transact or transfer the money over to him, to his bank account.
You see, because you even assisted the deceased with opening a bank account.
Se wabona hiku u tshama u n'wi pfuna yena luya mufi Mandlovu u n'wi pfuna hikuva a kota ku pfula bank account.
Bank account a yi pfurile tanihiloko ni heta ku hlamusela sweswi ku i ni fonele se ni ri ndleleni thekisini ni ya ku endleni ka misisi se ni vheta ni ku loko ni heta ni ta ku fonela hi ku vhele ni le ndleleni ta Daveyton a ko va swilo leswi a lokombela se a ni ngo lo suka ximfumo ni ya Daveyton ni heleketa mali.
My lord, yes, he opened a bank account, but then him asking me for money, it's something that even when I left my place, I didn't set out to do. I only learned of it that he needed me to assist him with money when I was already on my way to Daveyton. That's why I told him that, look, I'm going to Daveyton, and when I'm done doing my hair, I'll call you to come over. Since I had cash with me, I said, I'll call you. I said to him, I'll call him when I'm done doing my hair. You'll come over to collect the cash.
Then we also have the evidence of Sergeant Machikiri, who says he found the phone in the deceased's pants pocket, the pocket pants, and he dialed the last number on the call book. And strangely enough, a female answered.
Swin'wanyana kambe swi hlamarisaka Mandlovu i ku hi twe vumbhoni bya Sergeant Machikiri loyi a nga hlamusela ku u kume foni loko a searcha swikhwama swa buruku ra mufi Mayeni Mashaba ivi loko a lumeka foni liya a kuma ku na nambara yo hetelela yi nga tirhisiwa ivi a yi fonela foni liya loko a fona ku hlamula munhu wa xisati.
The female picked up. He explained to the female, we have a dead body here. Can you come? And the female said, I'll be there soon. I know where's the area.
Se ute Sergeant Machikiri loko a hlamula luya wa xisati u vuya n'wi hlamusela ku ina munhu a nga lova la na munhu a nga fa u nga kota ku ta na se munhu wa xisati a hlamula ku wa yi tiva ndhawu liya u ta kota ku ya fika.
A ndzi zange ni receive a call ka Constable Machikiri a nga sungula ku n'wi vona court a ndzi zange ni ya ka scene ya crime munhu loyi a nga ni fonela a ni tivisa hi ku lova ka Willie i Makhwa Bafana Hlomuka.
My lord, I never received a call from Sergeant Machikiri. It was in fact my first time to see him when he was here in court testifying. I've never been to that scene where the body of the deceased was discovered. The person who called me and notified me, my lord, about the death of Mr. Mayeni Mashaba is Bafana Hlomuka.
So, ma'am, are you now expecting the Honourable Court to believe that even Sergeant Machikiri is in on this lying game against you?
Se ulava ku khoto yi tshemba leswaku na Sergeant Machikiri u nghenelerile ka lava van'wanyani ba ku hembelaku lava va nga boha xikungu xa ku va hembelana na wena Mandlovu.
A ni ri i nghenelerile a ni ri i fonele i teke foni ya mufi a fonela foni yi hlamula hi n'wansati loyi a nga hlamula foni i Makhwa Bafana hi ku me call ni kume yi ta eka Makhwa Bafana ene na Bafana Hlomuka loko a nyika testimony ya court i vurile ku Makhwa ye i receive call hi foni leyi a yi foneriwa hi foni ya mufi a ku ye hi phorisa i kume foni ka mufi so Sergeant Machikiri i vulavule na Makhwa Bafana a nga vulavulanga na mina.
My lord, I'm not saying that Sergeant Machikiri is also into some scheme of lying against me. I'm not saying that. I'm only disputing his evidence when he said that and some woman answered the phone, and I'm saying that that is Bafana's mother, the person that he spoke to, because I was notified by Bafana Hlomuga's mother about the death of Mayeni Mashaba. So I'm saying that he spoke to Bafana Hlomuga's mother, not me. I'm not the person that he spoke to.
I put it to you, ma'am. Sergeant Machikiri correctly identified you as the individual who arrived exactly at the scene of crime less than a half an hour later.
Kambe nakubyela ke Mandlovu yena Sergeant Machikiri itla ku komba wena ku wena hi wena unga fika laya ka scene la ku nga humelela kona mhangu leyi lava nga kuma kona ntsumbu wa mufi Mayeni Mashaba, and nako u fiki laya ku nga se hela na nkarhi wo ringana 30 minutes, half an hour se ba kume ntsumbu lowa laha.
A hi ntiyiso miri lava nga kuma kona a ni ku tivi na ku va ngume ka ndhawu ya njhani na ku a ri njhani a ni ku tivi, a ni fikanga a nga ni fowunelangi a zanga ni ya ndhawu leyi ni nga ya ka yo loko ni heta ku twa hi rifu ra wili ni ye Davidton.
My Lord, I'm saying that's not true. It is not true. I don't even know the place where his body was found. I don't know in what state, how he was when he was found. Sergeant Machikiri did not phone me. The only place that I went to after learning of the death of Mayeni Mashaba, it's Davidton. I went to Davidton.
I put it to you, ma'am, that Sergeant Machikiri had no reason to lie and falsely implicate you by putting you on the scene.
Many rika wena ke Mandlovu, Sergeant Machikiri a ri hava xivangelo xa ku a nga ku hembela a tlhela a vula leswaku wehe a wu ri koho laha ka scene laha ku nga humela va nga kuma kona ntsumbu wa mufi.
Miri a no sungula ku n'wi vona na le xikandzeni na khoto na loko a ni komba a ku ni fikile sinini swilo swi hlanganisa ngopfu a no sungula ku n'wi vona a sanga a fonele na mami hambi ko chekiwa ti-cellphone request ta foni ya wili siku leri nga kumiwa hi ro ku khome call ka foni ya wili yi ta ka foni ya mina na hi nkarhi lowu vula ku voma tinato a swi kona sweleswo.
My Lord, I'm saying that's not true. I did not see Sergeant Machikiri on that day. I never saw his face. In fact, it was my first time to see him when he was testifying here in court. My Lord, he never phoned me. There was never a call that was made from the late Mayeni Mashaba's phone to me. Even if cell phone records were to be checked, you'll never find records of cell phone calls rather being made to my phone at around about the time when it is alleged that it happened around 10 o'clock. There was no such a call from the deceased phone to mine.
Might I ask you, why is it, or how is it that when, in this case, when the deceased was discovered, you were always somewhere close? In the case of witness Madala Homu, you knew to go search for his body at Olifantsfontein police station. How is that? And go further, in respect of Audrey Sommisa Ndlovu, you were there when her body was discovered. You were last seen with her. In the case of Mr. Yangwana M. Mavasa, you knew exactly to which police station to go and search for the body. Olifantsfontein.
Imake no ku vutisa ke lama ku swi humelela njhani kwalaho ka yini ku vanhu lava va nga lovetela hinkwavo nkarhi hinkwawo loko va lova we u kumeka u ri kwalaha kusuhani kumbe u kha u swi tiva ku u fane u endla yini u ya kwihi ku ya va lava kumbe ku ya laha va nga lovela kona. A wu ri kusuhani u ri kona loko a lova yena Mayeni Mashaba. Loko luya homu a lova u swi kotile ku ya will alej a Olifantsfontein ku ya ngulava kona Yingwani Morris Mabasa na yena a uri kona kwala u switivile ku u ta famba u ya Olifantsfontein ya ngulava kona se xivutiso ku i ku hikwala ka yini kulumeka u ri kusuhani u kumeka u kha u swi tiva ku u u ya kwihi loko hinkwavo vanhu lava vanhu va lova ku katsa na Driso Ndlovu a wu ri kwalaha u ve koho kwalaha kusuhani loko se swa wena lova u swi tiva ku u ya n'wi lavela kwihi
ku hlamula leya ka Mayeni ku fanele na ku va fana Hlomuka miye Davidson ku va ndzirili ku itopile
yeah I am kwalaha my lord I'll respond first to the allegation about Mayeni Mashaba. I was informed by Bafana Hlomuka's mother about the death of the deceased there, Mashaba. So I went to Davidton after I was made aware of his passing on.
Ya Driso Misa ise swame sukura kusungula andre na yena and a kombele mali leswi nga endla ntlhelela a ni heleketa mali loko ni ta fika ni vona leswi swi nga tolovelekangiki.
Now regarding Driso Ndlovu, who is my sister, my lord, I was with her the day before. She asked for money from me. I had gone back to give her the money, and that's when I saw some unusual stuff or usual things at her place.
Yeah, Morris Mabasa, antshama na yena. Anga ta loko a pfuke nampundzu ya ntirhweni a nga vuyangi ku ri u na swo swa ku loko a ye ntirhweni wa vuya ta tlela ndlwini loko rixa mi nga lavi ku tiva ku i le kwini mi tshama. Xa vumbirhi ku va ni Olifantsfontein police station hi mhaka ya Morris i ku Olifantsfontein hi yo yi tirhaka under Clayville hi yona police station ya le kusuhi.
Clayville, okay. Na kotwa manje. So now regarding this Yingwani Morris Mabasa, my lord, this a person I was residing with, I lived with him, so I wouldn't wake up in the morning and not worry that he did not come back home. Every day he would wake up in the morning, prepare himself and go to work and come back. So I wouldn't ignore it if he didn't come home. The reason why I went to the Olifantsfontein police station regarding him, my lord, it's because that's the police station that is used for the Clayville area.
Yeah, witness Madalawo. Anga Steve na ku anga kona. Niye na tiva loko Godfrey atanga nifonerile a ku na stand wa n'wina. Sungula ku n'wi lava ka ti police station ta le kusuhi na fanele a ri ka yo ntirhweni.
My lord,
Ka loko na Godfrey ta twa na ku wata famba hi n'wi
lava. Now regarding this witness Madala Homu, I did not even know that he passed on. I was notified by money. Godfrey. I did not know that he has disappeared. He's missing. This witness Madala Homu. I only learned of it, became aware of it when Godfrey phoned me, and I started looking for him at the police station where I was working after hearing that he's missing, until Godfrey and I had an agreement that we'll come together and go about searching for him, and that's what eventually led us to Olifantsfontein.
But I find it strange, man, that you knew exactly where to search for the missing individuals.
So,
all of them were found to have died.
Leswi swi n'wi hlamarisaka leswi swi n'wi chavisaka swinene I ku we a wu swi tiva ku vanhu lava va fanele ku miya va lava kwihi hinkwavo va kumeka va lovile emakumu.
Loko ndzi kahle ka sisi wa mehe a ndzi ri a tlhelela ku a ni heleketa mali so a ni nga ta fika ni languta leswi nga swi vona leswi ignorant tlhelo xa ku Morris a ni tshama na yena a nga ta ku a nga vuyanga ni nga vi na mhaka ene na loko va ri witness a nga ta ku Godfrey ni fonela ni nga vi na mhaka na swona xin'wanyana ni nga ri ka loko va ni tirha xiphoriseni ni fanele ni pfuna ku endleka yini ni lava ku tiva ku endleka yini.
U nga lehisi ngopfu Mandlovu hikuva swi ta hi karhata swin'wana swi sala loko ni nga koti ku swi hundzisa. My lord, when it comes to my sister, Odriso Somisandlo, that's my sister. I went there to assist her, to help her with money. She wanted me to give her some money. And I wouldn't get there and see strange things, unusual things, and ignore that. She's my sister. And when it comes to Yingwani Morris, I was staying with him. I wouldn't ignore the fact that he didn't come back home after going to work. I wouldn't do that. As to this witness Madala Homu, I could not ignore that as well when Godfrey called me to say that he's missing. And my Lord, you must remember that I'm a police officer. I was working as a police officer. I wouldn't just fold my arms and do nothing when some things like that comes to my attention. I would help. I would act like a police officer. I would go out and assist in order to find these people.
You would go out and act like a police officer, like take cups from a scene, a crime scene. The body was discovered and dump it into a container full of water.
Hey, Ori,
Wouldn't that be a question of argument?
I might.
Putting that to witness.
Yes, my Lord. Should I move on? As please on the court. So let's move on to count 12. Brilliant, Mashe. Good. Now, can I call the court? Brilliant Mashehu, 22nd January 2018. Why did you go to Bushbuck Ridge?
Mashiko, Brilliant Mashiko, iye leswi nga ku endla ku ya a Bushbuck Ridge ti 22 ta January 2018.
Ani old Bushbuck Ridge. Kuna swin'wana leswi a ni ku swi lunghise kwalaya.
On that day, the 22nd of January 2018, I had gone to Bushbuck Ridge to visit Old Mutual. In fact, I had a meeting with an agent from Old Mutual. There's something that I was going to fix, sort out with this agent from Old Mutual.
What is that, ma'am, that you were going to sort out?
In the Swami Aslungisa.
I'm not knowing Old Mutual. So
I had a loan from Old Mutual, so I went there to sort out issues in respect of that loan.
Because the anti-banking details, so all of the banking details, all of the submit bank statements,
I had at that stage, my Lord, changed the banks. And I had to provide the Old Mutual agent with my new banking details. So I needed to submit my bank statement to this agent in order for them to be able to continue and debit my account with the payment of the loan.
Are you sure that's your version, ma'am?
Yes, I am sure. You asked me about what I was going to do in Bushbuck Ridge on the 22nd. I'm answering. That's the answer I'm giving you. I'm sure of what I'm talking about.
Thank you for being sure. May I ask you to have a look at your bail affidavit exhibit ZZZ, paragraph 6.
Nkomeko ulanguta la ka bail affidavit ya wena exhibit ZZZ eka paragraph 6.
Line 6.
Ulanguta line 6.
I had hitchhiked to Bushbuck Ridge, for I wanted to consult my Nyanga on a personal issue.
That is page.
Page 5, paragraph 6, my Lord, line 6.
Paragraph 5?
Paragraph 6.
Yes.
Line 6.
Yes.
I had hitchhiked to Bushbuck Ridge, for I wanted to consult my Nyanga on a personal issue. The Nyanga instructed me to collect soil from the grave of my late daughter and bring it back to him, hence I came back to Gauteng with Brilliant. Do you see that, ma'am?
Lanwan was one of the kona ka triple Z, exhibit triple Z, paragraph 6. Utawona ka line 6, laya Mungana nhlamuselo le anga hlaya mchuchisi la mimeri wa mfumo ku usuke ufamba ikukombela tilifiti uze uyafika a Bushbuck Ridge ku awulava ku ya vona nganga ya wena uyibonela swin'wanyana swa wena swo tiva hi wena na yona na nganga ya wena ute nganga liya yi ayi ku lerise leswaku u teka misava eka asirheni ra n'wana wa nhwanyana loyi a nga lova u n'wi tisela leswi nga endla ku u vuya na Brilliant haleni Joni kumbe a Gauteng wa swi vona
na swi vona
I see that yeah
laha ni ka affidavit a ku nga vulavuriwi hi siku ra 22 u hlamula hi siku ra 22 lera ndzi tsako yona laha ku nga tsariwa ku January 2018 se ni hlamula hi siku ra 22 ku a ne kwihi
my lord, I see what counsel for the state has read on that paragraph, but what this is referring to is not referring. It's not referring to the 22nd of January 2018. On the paragraph, it's only written January 2018. I'm specifically answering counsel by telling her as to what is it that I was going to do on the 22nd of January 2018, specifically on the 22nd of January on the...
Ma'am, that entire paragraph deals with your going with fetching Brilliant in Bushbuck Ridge, bringing him to Gauteng, and going back the very next day. That entire paragraph.
Paragraph liya hinkwayo Mandlovu yi vulavula hi ku ya ka wena Bushbuck Ridge u ya teka Brilliant u tlhe u vuya na yena haleni a Gauteng tlhe u tlhela Bushbuck Ridge siku leri landzelaka
a ni nga Bushbuck Ridge ni ya n'wi teka ndo hlangana naye Bushbuck Ridge ndzhaku loko ni ta va ni mfuna ri ni byele ku ni le Bushbuck Ridge a lo suka la ku ri xikongomelo xa ku ni ya Bushbuck Ridge ni ya teka yena
no my lord, it was not my intention to go and fetch him. I didn't go there with that intention, with the aim of collecting or taking Brilliant from Bushbuck Ridge. I met him in Bushbuck Ridge. That was after I phoned him. It was not my plan from the outset to go and collect or take Brilliant from Bushbuck Ridge.
xin'wanyana Brilliant i munhu lonkulu a swi nga bohi ku loko ku lava a ta Joni nyana ya n'wi teka a ni ta va ni lo n'wi hoxela mali ku a khandziya a ti teka
And further to that, my lord, Brilliant is an adult. If I needed him to come over to Johannesburg, I wouldn't need to go over to Bushbuck Ridge to fetch him. I would send him money to travel on his own and come over to Gauteng.
How is that an answer to the question, ma'am?
Se iso swihlamula xivutiso lexi u nga vutisiwa xona Mandlovu.
nto loku gate va ku ni ye Bushbuck Ridge ni ya n'wi teka a ni lo suka la ni ya Bushbuck Ridge ku ni landza yena a ni ku endleni swilo swa mina swi lo endleka ku hi hlangana
My lord, I had counsel for the state saying or putting it to me that I had gone to Bushbuck Ridge to take or fetch Brilliant Mashego. I didn't. I went there for my own business, for my own things. It just happened, my lord, that Brilliant and I met in Bushbuck Ridge. I didn't go there with the intention to fetch him from Bushbuck Ridge.
The main issue is, ma'am, according to you, you went to Bushbuck Ridge to sort out a loan that you had with Old Mutual. And according to your bail statement explaining how Brilliant and you were together with the last of his day, there's a total different explanation. Do you understand that?
Maka ikulukumba la Mandlovu eku wena uye Bushbuck Ridge ku ya nhlamuselo ya wena uthi awu ya kulungiseni ka maka wena ya loan ya le Old Mutual kambe lanwani hi twa affidavit ya wena ya bail yi hlamusela indlela leyi wena a wu ri na Brilliant hiko eka siku ra yena ra ku hetelela a hanya emisaveni hi leswi ku nga mhaka nkulu yikulukumba leyi u vutisiwaka yona.
Meni vutisiwa hi siku ra 22 ta January hi siku ra 22 ta January a ni Old Mutual ene swilo swin'wanyana ku a ni endla na yini na yini na yini na yini a na swi vekanga nhlokweni mara lexi ni nga xo hi xo Old Mutual a ni yile.
My Lord, I was asked about the 22nd of January 2018 as to what is it that I was going to do in Bushbuck Ridge on that day. So I answered that I had to sort out my loan issue with Old Mutual. And as to what else I did, some other things that I did, it's not something that I kept memory of. But I'm sure of the one thing that on the 22nd, I went over to Bushbuck Ridge to sort out the loan issue with Old Mutual. And at the time when this affidavit was compiled, I was not told or asked to go into details and say everything that I went over to Bushbuck Ridge to do. That is why when I was responding to what I was being asked, I gave them the first thing that came to my mind about what happened and what I did in Bushbuck Ridge.
Done explaining, ma'am?
Yeah, as far as your question is concerned, yes, I'm done.
Please answer the question. Let's not unnecessarily exchange points.
May I then ask you, according to your bail statement, you dropped Brilliant Mashego at Worcester. Do you agree with me?
Kuya hi affidavit ya wena leya bail mandovla ku tsariwe ku Brilliant Mashego u fike ungisiya at Dwarsloop wa pfumela? No, I'm not the one who dropped him off. He got off from the vehicle that we were traveling in Dwarsloop. Not that I dropped him off there.
Okay, so you left Brilliant Mashego at Worcester.
So wena usiye kona at Dwarsloop Brilliant Mashego?
Engine garage.
Yes, at engine garage, engine filling station. Yes, that's so much.
You see, because if we have a look at Exhibit P, the deceased was found at Dwarsloop, where you left him.
Yeah, loko languta ke Exhibit P, Mandov. Ila angumela kumeka kona mufi Brilliant Mashego lawe ungangisiya kona.
Nusiya garage. Kwendleke ndani sitivi and udzeri nuku ibustetu akuye itoloveri kusikereke nituna vusiku. Ukuba la Dwarsloop lokusina lekereke nabo. Ukwendleke ini amishtivi.
My Lord, I left Brilliant Mashego, the deceased, at that garage or petrol filling station. As to what happened after that, I don't know, my Lord. And I warned him. I told him that it's late at night. And he told me that the place, that is the garage, is more closer to his church. And that he is used to even going to church late at night, even 2 a.m. he walks to church.
And one akulo usuka la Dwarsloop ya karelani. Even 25 minutes I pull. Na mina kutiva I pull up anga itafana.
And in addition to that, my Lord, he said that walking from that Dwarsloop, that specific place, to a village called Relani, it's about a 25-minute walk. He said he's not afraid, he's not scared. He would walk to Relani village from there.
And isn't it so that you have also policies taken out on Brilliant Mashego, funeral policies?
Isona ku awurna ti police ta ku lahla leti a wu tsarise Brilliant Mashego. Yes, I did.
How many policies?
Tingani?
sure kumba ku ri 3 kumba ku ri 2 3 2 3 4 kwala I'm sure.
I'm not sure of the exact number. It could be 3 or 2, my lord. 2 to 3. I'm not certain of the exact number, my lord.
You had an Old Mutual policy which covered Brilliant Mashego as your child.
Our policy ale Old Mutual Mandlov. Le outsar se Brilliant Mashego outsar se tani one hour wena.
You remember that?
Why tsunduka le?
Ani nge swi kaneti nga ku n'witsarisile mara la ka ku n'witsarise tanihi n'wana hi ku swilo se swi va swi ri kona loko wa ha swi teka ku ku munhu loyi i n'wana sesi va ku ka wena relationship i ku vita mani loko i ni vita mhaki ka ri hi n'wi veka as n'wana.
Okay. My lord, I would not dispute that. I wouldn't dispute it. But it's unfortunate now that we are discussing this, we are talking about this here in court. But at the time when I was taking these policies, when one gives an explanation as to the relationship between myself, in particular to this, my lord, between myself and Brilliant Mashego, when I would explain to the agent that, look, this is my sister's child, and the agent would want to know what's the relationship between you and him, how does he address you, would say to the agents that he calls me, he addresses me as his mother, and then they would go on to say, no, would register him, would cover him as your child. So it's unfortunate now that we are discussing this or talking about this here in court, but at the time of the taking of the policies, it was a different approach altogether, my lord.
Can you then explain the evidence of Mrs. Charlotte Maluleke, who testified that the individual seen in the photos with the same clothing was seen at her house on the 23rd of January 2018?
Se unga hlamula ukuyini eka vumbhoni bya kumbe hlamusela leswi nga hlamula ka leswi nga hlamusela hi Charlotte Maluleke. Charlotte Maluleke loko a kombiwa swifaniso leswiya exhibit P u vuya hlamusela ku munhu yaloye a vonakalaka laha ka swifaniso leswiya a ri amutini wa yena hi ti 23 ta January 2018.
Loko tsundzuka vumbhoni bya Charlotte Maluleke i ti siku ra ko a ti pfale hi xona siku leri mi nga na eka Charlotte
A ti pfale yini?
i ti a ri xichalwana
A ri- yeah.
and a ku ri duku leri a ti bohe enhlokweni loko a ta va a ni fonile ene siku leri a nga ka Charlotte Maluleke a nga mbalangi ndlela leyi hi ku tsundzuka a Pambridge a le ku vona ti-picture mara ku na van'wana va nga ta yele yi languti ekaya a nga mbalangi ndlela leyi.
My lord, if my memory serves me well, I mean now regarding the evidence of Charlotte Maluleke, I think Charlotte Maluleke, when she testified there, she said that she had a headcloth, a duke, so to speak, and this Brilliant Mashego was covering himself with a small blanket. My lord, regarding the pictures, I remember from looking at some of the pictures, although I couldn't look at all the pictures when we were in Pambridge testifying. There was one picture, can I just finish the interpretation? When I looked at one of the pictures, I saw how he was dressed on exhibit P, and that's not how he was dressed on that day when he was at Charlotte Maluleke's place on the 23rd of January 2018.
Sergeant, alter by time.
You will recall, Ms. Ndo, that the court invited you to look. You refused to look at the pictures. You even cried. And the court invited you to look at the pictures. You refused, and I said to you, the reason why I'm inviting you is for you to be able to give instructions to your counsel as regards the identity, and you refused. To the best of where I'm standing, everything being equal, you never looked at the picture.
Mandlovu,
Am I correct in this? So,
indeed.
I don't know.
Mandlovu, utasitundzuka ku hi siku leriya loko hi twa vumbhoni bya Charlotte Maluleke. Exhibit P yi humesiwile I swifaniso swa Brilliant Mashego. U arile ku swi languta, va komberile ku languta swifaniso sweswo ku swi ta pfuna ku u ta kota ku hlamusela muyimeri wa wena ku a ku yini loko a ku yimelela hi swona. Ku u ta kota ku vula ku hi yena munhu luya u kota u ala ku wena ku swi languta swifaniso leswiya. U arile kusuka laha va nga yima kona kumbe lava nga tshama kona judge va ri va swi tsundzuka kahle ku u arile a wu swi lavangi ku languta swifaniso leswiya na xin'we xa koho a wu swi vonanga a wu swi langutanga a wu ri ku rileni.
Tsundzuka kahle teni a nga vona swilo leswi nga ta ni twisa ku vava. Judge va ku ni fanele ni languta hi ku swi ta ni pfuna ka yini ka loko case karhi ya mahlweni. Hi loko advocate loko a ta na evula swi tanga advocate swi tise hi papala wa phorisa a tirhela court Cambridge. Va ku languta ka leswi swi kahle a swi chavisi ni languteka hi one. Ni swi vona ku swimbalo leswi a siku leriya na leswi a swi mbale loko uya ka Charlotte a hi swimbalo swin'we tanihiloko Charlotte a vurile a ku siku leriya loko a ya ka yena a tikomba a ri twa xirhami a thyakile mara siku leriya a basile.
My Lord, I remember well. Yes, I don't deny that I refuse to take a look at the more grim pictures. I did not, but then the court insisted that I should look at those pictures. I remember they were not even brought to me by Advocate Soko, but a police officer who was a court orderly in Palm Ridge Court that day. I looked at the picture once. I just took a glance at the picture and could see that in those pictures he was not wearing the same clothes which he was wearing when we visited Charlotte Maluleke on that day. And you would remember, my Lord, that in her testimony, this Charlotte said that he looked quite dirty, and he looked like he was not well. He was covering himself with a small blanket. But then if you look at these pictures, that is Exhibit P, you'd see that he was more clean on those pictures, and he was not wearing the same clothes as he was wearing on that day when he was at Charlotte's place.
For the sake of record, the court has made certain observations, and I've alluded to some of them. What I want to reiterate is that I invited specifically the witness to identify the clothing, and she refused. I don't intend to get involved with some change. It's not a function of the court. But I was highlighting this because it was an issue of identity. She refused.
Barke Mandlovu.
I will deal with that in my judgment.
U arile leswi va nga lo swi vona a komberile u ala ku languta swifaniso leswiya nakona mhaka yikulu kwalaha a ku ri ku vona ku hi yena na Brilliant Mashego laya a va nga ri u langutela swin'wanyana handle ka sweswo se va ri ke hambileswi u alaka sweswi kambe bona va swi tiva va ta vula kambe va nge phikizana na wena hi swona ku mi hlamulana mi kanetana hi wena na vona swi hi swi Mandlovu hi swona leswi va nga ta swi
Listen to the court is not going to get involved with the exchange with you. I've made my comment and in context of the victim being able to be identified. The evidence of Ms. Maluleke is on record. I will deal with that. Let's proceed.
Sweswi a hi nkarhi wa ku mi kanetana kumbe mi hlamulana na judge mi va mi ri ku phikizaneni Mandlovu kambe leswi va nga swi vula se va swi vurile vumbhoni bya Charlotte Maluleke byi kona va ta vula leswi va nga ta fanele ku swi vula loko nkarhi wa kona wu fika siku leri a swifaniso a swi languteriwa ku vuriwa ku hi yena na Brilliant Mashego kambe wena u arile ku swi languta Mandlovu.
Can I then also ask you, Ms. Ndlovu, when was Mr. Brilliant Mashego mugged?
Nitzeli ke Mandlovu. Brilliant Mashego yena khomo ri nkunzi. Ukebengweri.
Understand.
I don't know.
Hileswi me a nga ndzi byela swona loko ni ta n'wi vutisa ku why u mbale so ku ringana yi le ka Charlotte a ku a ri na school bag va n'wi tekele school bag hi titsotsi.
I don't know, but that's what he told me when I asked him. On that day when we were at Charlotte Maluleke's place, I asked him, why are you dressed like that? And in his explanation, he told me that he also had a school bag. And he was mugged and it was taken by thugs.
Were you not together with Brilliant Mashego from Bushbuck Ridge?
Kasi aungar na yena na Brilliant Mashego kusuka le up Bushbuck Ridge.
Na advocate se ku n'wi byerile loko siku leri Brilliant a nga ya nyika yena ye ro ka Charlotte a hi siku ra yi-1 ra ti-22 na mambalelo a ma nga fani that's why na mambalelo a ma fani.
My Lord, I even told this, mentioned this to Advocate Soko, that the day on which I went to Charlotte Maluleke's place and the day on which I went to Bushbuck Ridge are not this. It's not the same day. Even the clothes which he was wearing were different. He was not wearing the same clothes.
So my question to you remains, when was Brilliant Mashego mugged?
Xivutiso awu se xihlamula yena u khomiwe rini nkunzi Brilliant Mashego.
Nkarhi lowu a nga byela ku i khome nkunziwo hi nkarhi luwa a mbale xikipa xa xi nga ku chiffon brown light brown.
The time when he told me that he was mugged, it was on the day on which he was wearing a fawnish brown T-shirt.
And which type would that be? ma'am?
Akuri siku rero, at the date.
Siku a na ha ri tsundzuki.
I-
A ku ri ndzi byela advocate ku a ku ri laha ka ku sungula ka ku pfula ka xikolo kun'wana kwalaha ka vo 13, 14, 15 kwalaha a hi siku ra 22.
I don't remember the date, my Lord. I even told Advocate Soko that it was somewhere at the beginning of the reopening of schools, somewhere on the 13th, 14th, or 15th, but not around the 22nd. It was not the 22nd.
Ma'am, can you tell the court why is it that also Beauty Ndlovu, the girlfriend of the deceased Brilliant Mashego, also knew that... No, I'm confusing that one. If I might just quickly... Not to rush. Remembrance. Can you tell the court why is it that Remembrance recalled that you and he, Brilliant Mashego was not allowed to speak in her company with you?
Yeah, loyi a lava ku vulavula hi yena ku ku vutisa hi yena Mandlovu i Remembrance vito ra yena. Hikwalaho ka yini na yena a te Brilliant Mashego a nga pfumelelekangi leswaku a nga vulavula na wena Mandlovu emahlweni ka yena.
Hey, ku hlamula xivutiso xexo a ni si tshama loko ni fonela Brilliant ni ku u nga hlamuli foni ri kusuhi na vanhu suka kusuhi na vanhu na vana u sungula ku swilo siku leri la kona.
My Lord, answering that question, I'll just say that I've never told Brilliant to move away from people whenever he answers my call or my phone, a phone coming from me. I never told him that he must not be amongst people or near anyone when he takes a call from me. It was even my first time, my Lord, to hear it here in court, to hear that in court when it was testified to.
May I ask you, why did you take Brilliant from Bushbuck Ridge on the 22nd of January 2018?
When would this again? The 22 January 2018. Usukele yini na yena ngutekele yini marito ya ngonyani Brilliant Mashego kusuka na yena le Bushbuck Ridge.
Ando suka na yena. Ute yo ya airport ya asabita tisiti.
I did not take him from Bushbuck Ridge. He said that he's going to the airport to submit CVs.
Okay, and anything further? What did you do else that day?
Ian-
22nd.
Iyini swin'wanyana leswi u nga swi endla hi siku leri ya Mandlovu hi ti 22nd ta January 2018.
Ani endla nchumu.
I did nothing else.
Loko tembuto sa xivutiso xa vona loko wena u nga ta ku hlamusela kahle ni kota ku-
Maybe I'm missing the mark here. If you could explain to me what is it that you need to know. Maybe I'm not understanding the question. Maybe.
So on the 22nd of January 2018, you went to Bushbuck Ridge. You came back from Bushbuck Ridge in the company of Brilliant Mashego.
Hi ti 22 ta January 2018 wena u fambile Mandlovu u tela a Bushbuck Ridge aneri. Kambe loko u vuya u kha u famba na yena Brilliant Mashego aneri. Yes, I am.
So the one purpose was for the CV to run in at the airport.
Sorry.
Yes, Marcus.
The question is it true? It's that I hear you. They say you came back with him. Is that true or not?
Ntiyiso na hayi ku switwa swi tiva ku wa switwa Mandlovu a hi leswi u fanele ku hlamarisa swona ntiyiso ku u vuye na yena na. Yes, that's true man. It's true.
And back in Gauteng, what happened? What did you and Brilliant do?
Se loko mi fika la a Gauteng ku humelele yini wena na Brilliant mi endle yini?
No, then when I will part, I'll be able to cousins by here.
I parted ways with him in Ivory Park
It's a rank.
at the
Score.
it was at a taxi rank, my lord, where Brilliant and I parted ways, and he said he was going to see his cousins in Tembisa.
So that entire day, the 22nd of January 2018, you only traveled back with him. What else happened?
Se hi siku leri ra ti 22 ta January 2018 siku hinkwaro a mo va ku fambeni wena yena mi ze mi ta fika la i yini swin'wanyana leswi nga humelela kumbe leswi mi nga swi endla swin'we wena na Brilliant?
A ku ri nhlikani loko hi suka. So loko hi fika laha se a ku ri late mama. Se kwala a no a hi nkarhi. A ku ya ka ti-cousins ta yena. So mi vuyelela ni tshama
Ah. My lord, there's nothing else that I did with Brilliant Mashego other than traveling. When we left Bushbuck Ridge, it was at noon. But when we arrived here in Gauteng, Johannesburg, it was early in the evening, around 7 o'clock. And we parted ways when he said that he's going to see his cousins. There's nothing else that I did with him.
Did Brilliant Mashego reside with you that evening? Sleep over?
U tlele ka wehe siku leriya hi vusiku byebyo? No.
Where did you sleep?
U tlele kwihi?
U to ya ka ti-cousins ta yena. Ku na ti-cousins ta yena Tembisa. Vana va a ni swa ku xaka ni nga hlamusisa ku kokwana wa yena va tela khwati na mhaki wa vona va Makwetla.
He said he's going to see his cousins in Tembisa. It's just that I have difficulty explaining the relations. But I know that his grandmother who came to testify here in court and the mother of these cousins are siblings. But I just don't know how else to explain that, my lord.
Can I ask you then, when did you meet him again after that?
Se Mo vutisa nakambe Mandlovu andzhaku ka sweswo u n'wi vone rini nakambe marito yan'wanyana u hlangane na yena rini futhi andzhaku ka sweswo?
Siku leri landzelaka i ni nkete call back a ni fane a ha swi tsundzuka a nga hlayisekangi la nga kona i tele tshamo
The following day, I don't remember, my Lord, whether it was a call back that he sent to me or it was an actual call that he made to me. But I spoke to him. He told me that he's not safe wherever he was. In fact, where he was, rather. He said he was at Esangweni in Tembisa, and he's not feeling safe where he was.
And then?
Ebe? So I then said to him, tell me where you are. Are you able to see a chicken licking outlet? He said, yes, I'm able to see one. I then advised him to go and wait for me at that chicken licking outlet and told him that I would be on my way to him.
Then? What happened then?
Ivi ku humelela yini ke endzhaku ka sweswo?
Loko ni fika laya ni vutisa ku endleka yini a ku he a nga tshamanga kahle va famba va n'wi siya nampundzu a nga ri na swakudya hi loko ni n'wi byela kota ku yini a ta vulavula a wu vuyelanga kaya loko ri u lava ku tala joni u lava ku ta tshama na mina xa ku sungula u fanele u lela ka kokwana wena u kulele ka kokwana wena ku va ku ri swilo leswi tivekaka ximfumo ku u tshama na mina.
Upon finding him there at the chicken licking outlet, my Lord, I then asked him what the problem is. He told me that wherever he was staying, he was not comfortable, he was not well accommodated. Sometimes the people whom he was staying with would leave him there without food. So I then said to him, you know, I don't want to be involved in these family squabbles by talking too much about that. I told him that, in fact, it was just to remind him that, look, you never grew at the side of my family. You didn't grow up there where it's my home. You didn't grow up there. You grew up at your grandmother's place. So if you needed to come and stay with me here in Johannesburg, you need to make that official by asking your grandmother to give you permission for you to come over and stay with me here, since we were apart growing together, you know, on either side of the family side.
What happened then, ma'am?
Se andzaka sweswo ku humelela yini?
Me ando na appointment so siku leriya na boyfriend ya me ku hi ta hlangana eGermiston.
I had an appointment with my boyfriend. We were planning to meet in Germiston, and then atera ku deliver. My boyfriend was driving courier vehicles, courier vans. I then said to him, let's go together. Let's take a taxi to Germiston, and then you'll take a taxi from Germiston and go back home. That is, travel back home to Bushbuckridge. I advised him that if he wished to stay with me, to live with me here in Gauteng, he would make this a formal arrangement in that he would notify his grandmother, who would give him permission to come over and stay with me. Upon our arrival in Germiston, my Lord, we found that there were no longer taxis. Taxis were no longer available for him to be able to travel to Bushbuckridge. Then we took a taxi to Benoni. The reason for that, my Lord, was to go and check if there were taxis in Benoni which he could use to travel to Bushbuck Ridge. And at that stage, my lord, I had phoned to check on my boyfriend, who told me that he was still busy with his deliveries. So Brilliant and I then proceeded to Benoni. We also found that there were no taxis in Benoni. Then we went to the hiking spot, an area where people ask for rides, and then that's when we hiked and traveled to Bushbuck Ridge, my lord.
Is that on the 23rd of January 2018?
Siku leri wana ku ri ti 23 ta January 2018. Yes, that was on the 23rd of January 2018 and at noon. And the reason why I had to take a hike to Bushbuck Ridge together with him is because I couldn't travel with my boyfriend to Bushbuck Ridge as he was traveling to Bushbuck Ridge, because he's not allowed to have passengers, any other people, in the courier van, because there would be a problem if they were to be involved in an accident like that. So the plan was that we were going to, that is myself and my boyfriend, we were going to meet in Bushbuck Ridge and sleep over there.
May I ask you what's your boyfriend's name?
Petra Anima. Bennett Ngomani. You see, this boyfriend is not the boyfriend in question, the one that we're talking about here, the one that I was staying with. This was my side boyfriend, so to speak.
A side boyfriend?
Yes. So his name was Bennett Ngomani. He was from Arthur City.
What's that from?
Arthur City, Aner. Nete umakwe. As far as I knew then, back then, was that he came from Arthur City. I said Arthur City, my lord.
Also
And his name is Bennett Ngomani, but I didn't know his actual home, where he came from. His names are Bennett Ngomani.
She also said it was not the other boyfriend.
In other words, she was saying that it was not Maurice.
But Maurice was dead by that time.
I'm lovely, Maurice.
Mm.
Kuna boyfriend the
Oh, no, I'm not talking about Maurice, my lord. Sorry. There's a boyfriend that I was living with, a live-in boyfriend that I had at that time. But I also had this second boyfriend. This is the boyfriend that I'm referring to, who is Bennett Ngomani from Arthur City. I was living with someone, but I had a boyfriend outside of that relationship.
Okay. And I presume Bennett Ngomani is going to testify and corroborate your version.
Ndasteka ku Bennett Ngomani u tata na yena ta nyika vumbhoni a seketela leswi swi vulaka.
I don't think with some queen and the phone number and I don't know boyfriend is serious. That's all I'm gonna look about.
My lord, I don't know where he stays. I don't even have his phone number. I don't have it. It was not a serious relationship. That's why I even mentioned that I don't even know where he hails from, where he comes from, his home, where he originates from. I don't know.
And I'm gonna be brilliant.
And he never even got to see Brilliant, because he was using his work vehicle, motor vehicle, so we never got into that car with Brilliant.
tanihiloko mi ku hi hayikile hi hambane engine garage mina hi hlangane loko se hi hambanile na Brilliant.
So, as I said, we used this mode of transport, hiking, up until the engine garage. That's where Brilliant and I parted ways. But this boyfriend and me met after I parted ways with Brilliant.
Now, may I ask you, why did you return to Bushbuckridge on the 23rd of January 2018?
See, when we disake Mandruv, in the Shivangelo Shaku Utlelela Bushbuckridge, the 23 January 2018.
Loko ni hlamusele court ni te a ni ri na appointment na boyfriend wa mina.
In my explanation to the
Loko
court,
ti tirha ku deliver.
I said,
Hi famba a deliver man ni kombela ku ni hlamusela. Hi famba deliver tindhawu ta ku hambanahambana until a ya fika ku Bushbuckridge.
I said that I traveled because I had an appointment with my boyfriend. This boyfriend whose work was to go around making deliveries, so he would deliver at various places all over the place, and it would at times take him to Bushbuckridge to deliver there. He would go as far as Bushbuckridge to make deliveries. So that's what I said in my answer. That was my reason for going to Bushbuckridge that day.
So, do I understand it correctly? You were meeting him at Bushbuckridge, and then?
Se
What then?
nokutwisa kahle ku ami ya kuhlanganeni kona Bushbuckridge na boyfriend ya wele. Se andla ka swona amita endla yi akuya humelela.
Ata ya hlangana la nga ta hlangana koho hi ku ivi a ni phomela kumbe ku ri ku ma 11 na vusiku a ni vutisa ku se ni le kwini ni ku byela ku ni le xa garage eBushbuckridge straight hayi Dwarfstar se ni hambane na Brilliant hi laha a nga fika a ni teka kona.
We were going to meet wherever and do whatever, my lord. I think he phoned me at night around 11 o'clock and asked me to my whereabouts. I told him that I was at the Shell garage in Bushbuckridge, not in Dwarsloop, because at that stage I had already parted ways with Brilliant Mashiho, and that's where he came to pick me up from this Shell garage.
Okay. So, you undertook a trip of 5 hours plus to do what in Bushbuckridge?
Leswo u fambile rendzo leri tekaku nkarhi lowu nga le henhla ka tiawara ta 5 ku ya endla yini a Bushbuckridge.
Lena ni ri ku mina boyfriend mi hetela Bushbuckridge hi ta siku leri landzelaka.
The plan,
Loko ni tsundzuka kahle a ku ri ta ku va ku ri last day off ya mina leyi a ni ta vuya hi yona leswi leri landzelaka a ni ta ntirhweni. Hi loko a ha hlelanga leti hi ku vuya receive call ntirhweni va ku yin'wana ya timovha leti a ti fanele ti ya deliver someone hi ku accident i fanele a vuyela ndzhaku ku i fanele a teka delivery liya hi ku leswi a va a ri siku leriya a hi nga ta vuya.
my lord, the plan was to go and spend the night in Bushbuckridge. That is myself and my boyfriend. If my memory serves me well, I think it was also one of my last days, working days, one of my last working day, and in that I was gonna have to report for duty the following day. So as we planned to sleep there and travel back to Johannesburg the following day, he received a call. We did not manage to do that. He received a call from his employers. He was told that one of the vehicles which is used for deliveries was involved in an accident, and that he had to immediately travel back to Johannesburg to his employer so that he would take over the duty to deliver what should have been delivered by the vehicle involved in the accident. So in that way, we were not able to spend the night together in Bushbuckridge. We had to come back to Johannesburg.
So basically, you just traveled from Johannesburg to Bushbuckridge 5 hours, you undertake another trip back to Johannesburg, another 5 hours.
So, ufambele so ka swi nga ri kona fambele mahala Bushbuckridge marita n'wanyana u fambile 5 hours u ya famba 5 hours in'wanyana u vuya.
Sungula phela a ku ngo va na xa service station ya ku xendlela ndzi a ni famba na munhu wa mina.
My Lord, there was nothing.
Ta va hi ri swin'we le. Na swi twisisa hi ku
Na swi twisisa.
a ni ta kota munhu a ni tshama na yena.
My Lord, there was nothing more serious other than spending time with my boyfriend that I was going to do in Bushbuck Ridge. So we had thought that the plan would be to go and spend the night together in Bushbuck Ridge because we knew that here in Johannesburg, I had someone that I was involved with, I was in a relationship with. So the idea would be to go and spend time with this other boyfriend away in Bushbuck Ridge.
And what about your ailing mother? Did you not think of visiting her? You were there for 3 days.
A wu ri Bushbuck Ridge kahle kahle hi ngo hlayela masiku yambirhi ku a wu ri Bushbuck Ridge masiku yambirhi se a wu hleketangi kumbe ku tsundzuka ku hundza kaya i vona va makhe wa wena.
Loko Bushbuck Ridge hi leswi ku vutisaka xiswona u va u nga si fika ka hina swin'wanyana a ni nga plananga ku ya kaya ma swona loko ni ku a ni famba na boyfriend ene me a ni kaya njhe ni nga phikiranga kumbe va fonele ku ni le kuteni swa ku fana loko u fane u famba u ri na mali u va xavele na swilo.
My Lord, we just make a general reference to the place Bushbuck Ridge. But wherever I was not near my home at that time. And secondly, the reason why I went there is because of this agreement with my boyfriend. I was with my boyfriend. I had not planned to go and visit my mother. If I go home to visit, I need to prepare. I need to have money or take gifts that I would give to my mother. So it was not in my plan to visit my mother in that instance, my Lord.
So can you tell the court, so how did you get back in your boyfriend's delivery vehicle?
Se an oni toke mi buisa ku yini mkhamfamba hi movha ya boyfriend yawe ya ku deliver.
Oh, ito hi one at least yi teka risk a swi fana loko a khandziyise vanhu va yi 2.
He said that if it's one passenger, it lessens the risk. It's unlike when he's taking 2 passengers in that delivery vehicle. So he was willing to take that risk if it's just one passenger.
Which company is so reckless in their driver's behavior that one individual is allowed in an official driving the vehicle?
So you want to find out
Yes.
which company was
Will allow that.
he working for?
Yes,
His
ma'am.
boyfriend.
Se ba re vitra company le a tirela yo ri ri yini vitra ko nakona swi la tiva leswaku vo va company ya njhani leyi nga pfumelelaku ku ti driver ta vo kumbe driver ya vo yi khandziyisa vanhu na hambi a ri wun'we.
a na ha tsundzuki khampani ya kona hikuva a ku va relationship leya ku ri ya khale so xin'wanyana ku ye why a teke risk leyi a ni swi tivi swa ku loko tshuka ku mbile xin'wanyana a ta va hlamula hi ntirhweni wa yena.
My Lord, I don't remember the name of the company, and that's because it wasn't such an old relationship, so to speak. It wasn't a relationship which was much older, and it wasn't a serious relationship. As to why he chose to take that risk, I don't know, my Lord. And I don't know what is it that he would have said to his employers if something happened along the way. I don't know how he would take responsibility for that.
Ms. Ntobu, let's cut this to the chase. Which company was Bennett, the woman working for?
A tirela company Bennett Ngoma.
Ni rivele ku le khampani hinkwayo.
I forgot the name.
No, a ni rivele a yi tsariwile ni rivele ku Globe something rivele.
I don't remember, my Lord. I forgot, but it had an emblem. It was written on the vehicle. I think it's Globe something, but I can't remember that, my Lord.
Hi ku sukela ka ku ra ku sungula ku ni va ni ri na kwala ka movha.
And it was my first time on that day to be with him in his company vehicle.
She has answered the question in this question. She doesn't know the time.
Can I then ask you, ma'am, did you at one stage in 2018 take leave without pay?
Kuna nkarhi lowu u nga teka leave without pay 2018 antirweni. No, I don't remember taking leave without pay. I don't remember taking leave without pay, unless if there was some stage or instance when I ran out of official sick days. Leave for sick days. I don't know. Maybe if it was that time, then they would have to deduct money from my salary. But I don't remember applying for sick. Leave without pay.
If the site presents evidence to the effect that you took sick leave from the 23rd of, or leave without pay from the 23rd of January 2018 up until the 2nd of March 2018, do you recall that?
Loko ko va na vumbhoni lebyi nga kombisaka ku sukusela hi ti 25 ta January 2018 ku fika hi ti 2 ta March 2018 u teke masiku ya leave lawa u nga zangi u nga hakelenga va nga ku hakelangi ka wona, leave without pay.
I understand. I'm supposed to take a leave without pay.
I don't know about that. I don't remember. My lord, unless if I applied for leave, for sick leave, only to find that I had run out of my sick days for leave, they would then instead, in that case, deduct the money from my salary.
Did you or didn't you take unpaid leave?
Say, ku hi ta kota ku ya mahlweni Mandlovu, u ze u nga teka leave yo ka yi nga hakeleriwi na? No, I did not.
My lord, the site will request for provisionally allowing the site will present evidence. This was only brought to my attention after I closed the site's case. If I may just ask this provisionally, and I'll present the evidence of the commanding officer of the State's defense case.
In fairness to the defense, let me hear.
As per example,
what is your attitude to the request that they want to lay the evidence? And would you like to cross over to your client and find out what the attitude is? Although the issue is strictly speaking legal, but you can consult with it.
Sorry, I'm not
Sorry, no, please, you don't talk until I give you the permission to do so. Until I address myself to counsel. Mr. Soto, what is the attitude of the defense? Because this is something that will just pop up now.
Yes, indeed, my lord.
And you would like to take instructions.
Yes, my lord. I would like to take instructions from my client before.
Do you need some time to do
my
so?
lord, I'll leave it for later. I'll leave it.
Okay.
I have given him my learned friend. If he indicates to me, but I will leave it for later. But I will move on.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I ask you to have a look at exhibit WWW. If we now can move to count 11 and 13 to 20, my lord.
Have we done with 13, 20?
Yes, it's just the final.
Count 11, that is
13, 11, that one is the attempted murder of Namasonto, Gladys.
My lord, the witness has something to say. She has her hand up. She needs to say something.
just a minute.
Yeah, but I'm niketa nkarhi sweswi Mandlovu ne? Wa ku vulavula.
There's no much on the room.
Yes,
Is he the one who was in? Who was in? Yes. Yes, your hand was up, Miss.
Mitlapse boko Mandlovu, balabula.
Kuna swin'wana swi ta ku miehleketweni loko va vulavula hi liya ya ku ni teke limit wa 25 loko se ni tsundzuka a ni nga ri na masiku ya leave a ni nga ri na masiku ya siku ene hi loko ni lava ya attenda funeral ya president ni tsundzuka ni teke masiku kwalaho so hi mhaka ni kombela ku yi hlamula advocate soko a nga sitanga mehe va ta ku se ni lo tsundzuka a ni ye funeraleni ya president se nga teke masiku loko ni lava ya attenda funeral ya president ku i after ku lova ka president.
Yeah. As I was being questioned about me taking, or whether I took unpaid leave in 2018, my Lord, something just came to my mind. That I remember that I had run out of both my annual leave days as well as my sick leave days. And I needed to attend Brilliant's funeral. So I had to take time off work. So that's when money had to be deducted from my salary because of that, man. I remember. So that's why I wanted to respond to this before Advocate Soko could approach me, because I didn't want it to look like it's an afterthought. No, I wanted to answer it even before he came over to me.
At this stage, the state has not proceeded with that questions. And
so if we can then move to exhibit WWW. I think you have that in front of you, ma'am.
Nhleketa ku una yona Mandlovu, exhibit WWW. Yes, I do say that.
Okay. Now, you say you and Vincent Kunene was apparently very close friends, am I correct?
Ote wena na Vincent Kunene amtolovelani le miri vanghana swinene na Vincent Kunene.
Ante a hi tolovelani hi vanghana swinene. A ni tolovelani ku ri munghana wa mina i sesi wa yehe so na yehe swi endla ku se ni n'wi tolovela hayi ku a hi vanghani ngopfu.
Not like that, man. I didn't say that Vincent Kunene was my close friend. I said the person who was my close friend was his sister, but me being closer to his sister made me even much, it made me also to be closer to him, but he was not a friend. We were not tight friends.
Please have a look at page 7 of the exhibit WWW.
Langta laka page 7, Mandlovu, laka exhibit WWW.
page 7 of 38.
Yes, my lord. You see that, ma'am?
Mandlovu? Yes, I see that.
Do you see all the communication on page 7, which is only set out for the period 7 February 2018 up until 12 February 2018? Do you see that?
Wabona laya ku vulavula ka n'wina kusuka hi ti 7 ku ya fika hi ti 12 ta February 2018. Ka swi vona? I'm still perusing. I'm still looking at the exhibit now. Yes. Yes, I see that. Yes, it's communication from the 7th of February 2018.
And what did you and Mr. Vincent Njabulo Kunene discuss during 4 days, a period of 4 days, 5 days?
Amuvalavula yini wena na Vincent Njabulo Kunene eka masiku lawa loko ni hlayela masiku yo ringana 5.
Yes, my lord.
Can you make it clearer to the witness what you mean? Look, this is a data
Yes,
extracted from.
I can make it clear, my lord.
Yes, and make it clear to her as to who were calling who.
I will do so.
Because, just to when we do this,
As it is on the page. So, page 7, 8, 9, and up until 10. Up until the date of your arrest, the 7th of March 2018. You see that, man?
wasibona la ka page 7, 8 na 9 kufikela ka page 10 la kuna communication kumbe kuvalavula xikarhi ka wena na Vincent Njabulo Kunene kufikela hi siku leri nga khomiwa hi rona the 7th ta March 2018 wasibona
Ni vona ti-page a ni koti ku languta ti-phone number leswi cheleni ka ti-page sweswi ni nga pina.
I see. I've checked the pages as I was referred to, but I am not checking out the phone numbers. But I'm trying to look at the telephone numbers. But I saw the pages.
Okay, page 7, column 1. 27820592648. That is your number. Right or wrong?
Laya ka xiyenge xo sungula column yo sungula laya.
No, that is Mr. Vincent Kunene's number.
Yeah.
48. You see that?
Number liya hetelela ku hi 2648 ya Vincent Kunene wa kusivona kwala
Na ku vona mara phone number leyi ku helela hi 2648 phone number leyi.
I see that, but
Swi va endle mistake.
that phone number where the last 4 digits are 2648. That's
Yes.
my number. That's my phone number. It's not Vincent Kunene's number. I think they made a mistake there.
So I made a mistake. So that is all your number appearing there in the first column.
Laya ka column liya ya kusungula manduku. In number ya wena ntsena leyi yi ku nga tsariwa yona ne.
Phone number leyi.
Yes, that's
Right.
my phone number.
The second column, ma'am, is MOC. You will see MOC, MPC. And if you look then at page 37 of that exhibit WWW, you see that?
Loko langutana la ka page 37. Swivona ni column ya mbirhi la ku tsariwe hi ti MOC na ti MTC. Kambe loko ya ka page 37 kona ka exhibit
see that?
WW.
No, page 37.
I'm still trying to find page 37. madam.
You don't wanna 3 of 38.
I see 3 of 38. I don't know where 37. What page are you mahlweni man?
Before you
Kumbe
reach,
mi languta ku page 7 of 38.
No, page 37.
let me assist you. Before you reach this
Mapping.
maps,
Oh.
La unga sifika la ile makumnyana unga sifika la ka kungana map kona. Utayibona
one
page 30.
from the maps.
Utabona kwa la ka
Yani
I found page 37 of 38 now.
Now, the second column, most often what is appearing there is MOC, and that stands for outgoing call. So that means your number might then call to Mr. Mr. Njabulo Vincent Kunene.
Loko languta nhlamuselo leyi nga laha ka page 37 of 38 ta swivona ku ri ku vulavuriwa hi MOC leswi hlamuselaka ku hi loko phone yi tirhisiwa yi fonela yin'wanyana se laha swi kombeta leswaku foni ya wena a yi huma yi fonela ya Vincent Njabulo Kunene
Do you see that,
wa
man?
swivona
na swi vona.
I see that.
Now, for the period of the 7th of February 2018, there were 10 calls between yourself and Mr. Njabulo Vincent Kunene.
Va ri siku lera ra ti 7 a ku ri na ti call ta 10 exikarhi ka wena na Vincent Njabulo Kunene.
Loko ni languta va ri nhlamusela ya MOC hi loko me ni n'wi fonela ni languta ingaku me ni n'wi fonele ka nharhu ku ya hi vona letin'wana a ku fona yena so lexi ni lava ku hlamula hi lexi minkarhi yin'wana a wu kuma ku loko ni lava tsebisile ni nga n'wi kumi a ni fonela Njabulo i ku ni tsebisile.
Okay, all right. My lord, when I look at what MOC stands for, what it means there, it tells me that it means it was me making a call or calls to Njabulo Kunene. And if I check here the number of instances when I called him, I think it's about 3 times according to this. And you know, over and above that, I need to make this explanation that at times when I needed to contact Cebisile, that is Vincent's sister, if I couldn't get hold of her on her phone, I would then call Vincent Njabulo Kunene and ask him as to where his sister is.
So for 10 calls made on the 7th
So with the 7th of
February 2018, my lord.
Oh, yes.
There's 5 outgoing calls and 5 incoming calls, my lord.
Got called tota 10 Mandlovu. Amfonelana wena na yena Vincent Njabulo Kunene. Kuna 5 leti tinga humaka we ti ya ka yena na 5 leti nga suka ka yena ti nghena ka wena. I see that. I see the calls.
And then, if we move further, the very next day, ma'am,
Loko ya mahlweni
phone calls between your number and the hitman that you hired, Mr. Njabulo Vincent Kunene, on the 8th of February 2018.
hi siku leri nga landzela loko ya mahlweni hi ti 8 of February 2018 a ku ri na ti-call to ringana 12 a xikarhi ka wena na nkaviliya u nga yi xava Vincent Njabulo Kunene hi ti 8 ta February 2018.
Because na tivona mara antsundzuki Njabulo no xavile tanihi hitman antsundzuki xave munhu ku ava hitman so swa hlamarisa.
I do see the calls. I have no problems with the calls between me and Vincent Njabulo Kunene, but I've never hired him as a hitman.
In fairness to the witness, at this stage is an alleged.
As it is in the report.
Yes.
So, but it also continues, ma'am. We can go on. For the 10th of February, there were calls between you and Njabulo Vincent Kunene. The 11th of February, the 12th of February, there were numerous calls between yourself and Mr. Vincent Njabulo Kunene.
Ti kona ti-calls ti tele loko ya mahlweni ta swi vona ku ri kusuka kwalaha ka ti 8 hi ti 10 na hi ti 11 ti tele ti-calls leti ti nga va koho exikarhi ka wena na Njabulo Vincent Kunene.
Tanihiloko ni hlamusele court ku Njabulo na Cebisile hambileswi sweswo a hi vulavula hi Cebisile vulavula hi Njabulo a va mi byele leswaku va fanele va heleketa Bushbuck Ridge va ya vona nga so swi ri ti-calls tetiwa a hi tshama hi karhi hi fonela tanihiloko ni ku vanhu lava hi tolovelanani a hi karhi hi vulavula hi swo swilo sweswiya ma swi twisisi ku hi nga famba rini swin'wana swa ku fana lesweswiya a ni ti a hi ti-calls tetiwa ku fonelanani.
My lord, I don't dispute the number of calls that happened between myself and Njabulo Vincent Kunene. I'm not disputing that volume. My lord, just as I explained earlier in my one of my explanations, that there was an arrangement between myself, Cebisile, and Njabulo Kunene for me to take them to Bushbuck Ridge to introduce them to a traditional healer. They needed to see a traditional healer there. Although I admit at this point in time, no reference is made to Cebisile. We are not talking about Cebisile. But all I'm saying is that these calls happened as we were talking about that. We were making such arrangements, hence there were so much calls between me and him, because we were arranging to go to Bushbuck Ridge for me to introduce them to a traditional healer.
You see, when Mr. Njabulo Vincent Kunene came to testify, it was never put to him that you used his phone to contact Cebisile.
Wabona loko yena a ta la nkarhi lowu a nga fika ta nyika vumbhoni Mandlovu loyi Vincent Kunene a nga zanga byeriwa ku we a wu pfa u tirhisa foni ya yena loko u lava ku fonela Cebisile.
mi ni twisisanga kahle ni te nkarhi wun'wana loko ni fona va ni tivisile ni nga n'wi kuma ka foni ya yena a ni kota ku ni fonela Njabule hi ku tanihileswi a tivaku laha ka tivisile ku xavisiwa na Bzala a ni kota ku n'wi fonela Njabule ni ku tivisile a wu le kaya ka tivisile ni nga ndla va tivisile hayi ku Jabu tivisile a tirhisa foni ya Njabule ku fonela mina.
No, my lord. I think this.
A ni swi tivi sweswo kumbe nkarhi wa ni tivisile a yi tirhisa a ni fonela a ni swi tivi mara ni ri mehe loko ni fonela Njabule nkarhi wun'wana a ni va ni lava tivisile loko a wu le ka yena na.
Komisa Mandlo. My lord, this just tells me that Counsel for the State misunderstood me. I never said that. I said that at times when I couldn't get hold of Njabule Kunene, I would call his sister Cebisile. In fact, the other way around. Yes, that's it. Yes, I'd call Njabule to try and find Cebisile, the sister, when I could not get hold of her. And I knew that at her place, it was quite a busy place in that day. She also sold alcohol there. So if I couldn't find Cebisile, I'd phone him, that is Vincent Njabule Kunene, to try and find his sister. So what Counsel said, it's not true. I did not use Njabule's phone to try and get hold of Cebisile. No. Maybe she did use his phone to try and phone me. I'm saying that I never used his phone to try and phone Cebisile. No. Yes.
I think he doesn't understand the question. Would you please put the proposition, listen very carefully, answer that question as it is put to you.
When Mrs. Cebisile Kunene came to testify, why wasn't it put to her that if you didn't get hold of her on her phone, you would get hold of her on Njabule's phone?
Sublaku, I twisana kahle Mandlo. Kahle butiso xikongome ku loko Cebisile a ri laniwani a te ku nyikeni ka vumbhoni hikwalaho ka yini a nga byeriwangi ku wena Cebisile loko Mandlovu a ku lava a nga ku kuma a pfa fonela eka foni ya Njabule se
loko Cebisile a heta ku testify mehe nkarhi ya ku tala advocate a ni vutisa ku ya hi testimony leyi va nga yi veka laya so me a ni n'wi hlamula ku ya hi testimony ya witness leyi vulavulaka loko a ni vutisa u n'wi twi loko i te yini a ni vutisa swivutiso leswi witness yi nga so me a ni hlamula ku ya hi swivutiso leswi a hi nga si fika la that's why sweswi ni kota ku hlamusela hi ku ya hi cell phone record leyi nga vekiwa la mahlweni ka mina.
My lord, each time when, in fact, after Cebisile finished her testimony, Advocate Soko would approach me and ask me if I had the evidence and if I had any comments about that. And he would ask me questions as according to the testimony that was laid before court. It wouldn't be anything else. It will be based on what the witness has testified to. So even in this instance, my lord, I'm replying to this because of the cell phone records which have been put here before me, in front of me. That's how I'm replying to this, but not touching on anything else.
May I ask you, how many contact did you have with Mr. Lakiwe Mkhize?
Mon vutisa ke Lakiwe Mkhize yena me fonelane kangani?
Me anditsundzuki ni fonela Lakiwe Mkhize. Unless kumbe ku va Njabule loko va ni fonela me vo va tirhise foni ya Lakiwe. Me Lakiwe Mkhize a ndzi tshama ni fonelana na yena. Leswi ni swi tivaku hi ku lowu vona ntsena.
My lord, I have never phoned Lakiwe Mkhize. My lord, unless if when Lakiwe Mkhize was with Njabule Kunene, they would use Lakiwe's phone to contact me. Maybe that's how these records came to be, but I never used my phone to contact Lakiwe Mkhize. My lord.
Just before he does that, please, Mr. Ndlovu, again, do not give us your opinion. We need the facts. The question is, how many times did you call, get, in contact with Lakew Mkhize?
Uh,
In other words, Lakew Mkhize's number is common cause. Is what number? Yes, code number of
072783. It's page 10, my lord.
page 10.
The second column, page 10 of 38.
Just a minute, page 10.
The board will see.
Look at page 6. On the 21.
Yes, there is the number.
Yes, let's use that. They ask you how many times did you contact Lakew or Lakew Mkhize contact you? Let's not speculate as to what could have happened.
My lord, I do not remember speaking with Lakew Mkhize on the phone. I don't remember him making a phone call to me. I don't remember picking up a phone call only to find that it's Lakew Mkhize's voice on the other end. No, it never happened. I've never spoken to him on the phone. What I know, my lord, is that I have met him, yes, but I've never spoken with him on the phone.
Yes.
Can you then go to page 10, ma'am? The number of Mr. Lakew Mkhize being 2783 478 5644. You see that?
Number ya Lakew Mkhize la ya yeri 2783 478 kahlahla 083 478 5644. Why what? I see the telephone number, the cell phone number is written here.
Can you explain to the Honourable Court why then did the Towers pick up that you made a call to Mr. Lakew Mkhize on the 3rd of February 2018 at 9:51 from the Festival Mall?
Hikwalaho ka yini tithawara letiya ti ve ti kombeta leswaku foni ya wena yi fonele ya Lakew Mkhize we u n'wi fonerile ti 3 ta February 2018 hi 9:51 ka tower liya va vulavulaka yona va nge i Festival Mall tower.
Festival le Kempton Park ne antsutsu ku fonele Lakew loko ni tsundzuka kahle hi date leyi nga ku a na ha ku discharge-iwa a ri ve hi siku leri Korisile a nga ni fonela a le Festival Mall i tata a ta ni vona ni ku se ni discharge-iwile exibedhlele ni tsundzuka ni swi vurile la court i nkarhi lowu ni nga receive call a na ha yi tsundzuki kahle nambara ya kona mara a nga ni foneli foni ya yena so swi ri hi loko mi ni ta fona ndzhaku ni n'wi byela ku hi ta hlangana kwihi hi ku la Festival Mall ku na taxi rank la ku khandziyeriwa.
My Lord, what comes to my mind, what I seem to recall now, is that this Festival Mall tower, this Festival Mall is in Kempton Park. So I remember that I was discharged from the hospital and Pebisile phoned me to say that she was coming over to the hospital to see me there. But I told her that, look, no, I've been discharged from the hospital, and she said that she would then meet me in Kempton Park. She used a phone that wasn't hers, was not hers, to phone me. I don't remember the number, but then I called her back to tell her exactly where she was to meet me in Kempton Park.
Let me understand. You received a call from Krisi, and you returned that call. And when you return that call, you call this number, 2783478644. 85644.
Say,
In other words, you received a call from Felisi, we wanted to come and visit you. Then you called her back, but you phoned that number. Now understand.
nikutwa kahle Mandlovu ku. Sukulera loko u balabla na Cebisile. Ukufonele iyo number liya ya 083-478-5644. Ibi loko akuta kukuboneni mi balabla leswi mi nga balabla swona. Kambe loko se ungifonela ungizela ku mi ta hlangana kwihi. U tlhe u fonela number ya liya nga ku fonela hi yona. Ku nga number leyiwani. Hi leswi mi ku twisaka swona. Indeed so, my lord, that's exactly that. When I returned, in fact, I called her back. When I called her back, I used the very same number that she used to get hold of me. That's what I'm trying to say, my lord. Yes.
So where did you get this number? From your handset, I guess.
Phone leyiwani sula ku kumi a phone ya wena ni ri. Yes. Yes, I did, my lord, from my handset, and then I called the number back.
If I'm just trying to understand, this would be the same modus operandi as was used by Sergeant Machikiri, who looked at the cell number from the pocket of Winnie Mashab, and he said the number that he called was yours. So you used more or less the same modus operation. Am I correct?
Ni vulavula swona na Mandlovu lowu ku matirhele ya swona hi nga ya fananisa na leswi Sergeant Machikiri a nga endlisa swona loko a kuma foni exikhwameni xa Mashaba luya Mayeni Mashaba. Ivi a languta foni a kuma leswaku ku na nambara leyi nga tirha yo hetelela i va fonela yona se a kuma ku yi hlamuriwa hi munhu wa xisati. Se leswi na wena u nga endlisa swona ka leswi ku u kota ku va u vulavula na Cebisile na hi swona.
A ni Cebisile infonerile. So me loko ni fonela back ndra ni fonela ka yena yi nga ngheni. So ni fonela ka le a nga ni fonela hi yona ni nga tivi ku I public phone kumbe I yini se yi nghena a yi hlamula.
What happened here, my lord, in this instance is that Cebisile called me. And when I needed to speak to her, to phone her, I used her phone number, but I couldn't get through. So I used the number which she used in the first place when she got hold of me, to get hold of her.
I'm just trying to understand, but if the witness is unable to assist me, I will leave it there. Please proceed.
Ma'am, can you then turn to the next page, and that then sets out your communication with Mr. Lakiwe Mkhize with a different number. So Mr. Lakiwe Mkhize had a different number being 072-536-0590. And amazingly, Ms. Ndlovu, you had communication with Mr. Lakiwe Mkhize on that number as well.
Barke Lakiwe Mkhize a ri na yin'wanyana number leyi a yi tirhisa leyi u nga vulavula na yena hi yona ku tirhisa yona hi leya 0725360590. Which page is that? I can't see that number.
11.
Page 11, Mandlovu.
Once again, if we go to the first column, we will find your number being 082 059 2648. Then the call type, second column, the date, third column, call duration, fourth column, other party, fifth column. The other party number being 27725 360 590. Do you see that, ma'am?
Mandlovu loko languta ko kwala ka page 11 u ta swi vona ku nambara ya wena yo yi nga tsariwa la ka column yo kusungula 0820592648 ivi ku landzela call type hileswo call a yo nghena kumbe a yo huma na ivi ku va date na nkarhi lowu call yi nga teka wona na ku ri loyi un'wanyana a foneriwa i mani ta yi vona ke nambara kwalaha ku yi ri number yi ri 0725360590.
You see that, ma'am?
Was one kwalaha? I do.
So on the 22nd of January 2018, according to the phone data, you called Mr. Lakiwe Mkhize, and it was a 30-second conversation.
Barke siku leri ra ti 22 ta January 2018 u fonela Lakiwe Mkhize swa ti komba la ku eka ku fona ka wena va hlayerini la ku komba ku ri ra vungane ra 32 u kha u vulavula na yena hi siku leriya Lakiwe Mkhize.
You see that, man?
Was one?
na swi vona mara a na tsundzuki ene a ni tsundzuki ku a ni vulavula na mani mara like home kids a tshambela na ifoni a nga sani foni loko ku nga na lexi ni nga discuss xona
I see that. I do see that. I accept that there are calls between my number and that number, my lord. But I don't remember. I never spoke with Lakiwe Mkhize on the phone. I don't know as to who it was that I was speaking to on the phone in these instances. I see the phone calls there, but there was nothing between myself and Lakiwe Mkhize to discuss. So I had no reason to speak to him on the phone.
Then as well, ma'am, on the 28th of January 2018, there was 5 calls between yourself and Mr. Lakiwe Mkhize on this number. All 4 of those phone calls were outgoing calls, meaning you made those calls to Mr. Lakiwe Mkhize.
Actually, the 28th January 2018, kuna calls to ringana 5. Leti nga huma eka ya wena phone. Hi ku ya hi leswi nga hlamuseriwa vumbhoni lebyi va ri outgoing calls leswi vula ku wena a wu tirhisa ya wena phone ku va u fonela Lakiwe Mkhize a 5 siku lera ra ti 28 ta January 2018 wa swi vona kwalano mandlo.
ni le ku ti voneni
I do see the calls, my lord.
na ti phone calls that phone leyi futhi loko ri le ya Vodacom leyi a ni tiva ku ri nambara ya Twisini mani nga tivi ku ri nambara ya Lakiwe yazo na 590 a ni tiva ri phone number ya Twisini leyi ke a nga yi tivi leyi ya MTN mara leyi a ni tiva ri number ya Twisini.
I do see the phone calls as recorded here, my lord, but then as far as this number that ends with 0590, as far as I knew, this number belonged to Pebisile. I didn't know the other MTN number, the 083 number, but this Vodacom one, as far as I knew, my lord, it was Pebisile's number.
Ma'am, and yet the evidence was placed before the court and it was never challenged that that number is not been Mr. Lakiwe Mkhize's number, but in fact Sebesile Kunene's number.
Kuna vumbhoni lebyi nga vekiwa byi kanetiwangi ku kahle kahle na yaleyo i ya Cebisile Kunene a ya Vincent i ya Cebisile.
Tanihiloko ni ni hlawula sweswi ni ku loko se ni languta phone number leyi se ni tsundzuka kahle i Cebisile loyi a hamba ni fonela hi yona hi nkarhi luwa court a ni vutisiwa ku i phone number ya Lakiwe Mkhize leyi na loko a ni yi tivi phone number ya Lakiwe Mkhize.
My lord, just as I was explaining now that when I took the time to look at this cell phone number, I do recall now, I do have the recollection now, my lord, that this is Cebisile's number, the one that ends with the 0590. But then when it was, when I was questioned about it, it was put to me that this is Lakiwe Mkhize's number. I said, I don't know his number.
Just
In response to that.
then, when the warrant officer was testifying, he explained whose cell number was which cell number. And it was accepted, it was never challenged, as she put it to you, that 86 of the 38 prevented the number of cell numbers that belong to you, 1, 2, 3, 4, and one that belonged to Njabulu Mkhize, and 1, 2, 3, 4 that belongs to Njabulu Mkhize. That was never in dispute. It was actually accepted that this is a reflection. What I'm saying is it was never put to anyone that this number belongs to the. What's the comment?
Ingisela la Mandlovu utasitsundzuka ke ku karhi loko u vulavula warrant officer loko a nyika vumbhoni u vuya hlamusela loko u languta laha ka page 6 of 38 laha ku nga na tinambara to hlaya ta wena na tinambara to hlaya ta Lakhiwe Mkhize. Loko u languta loko hi ku ya hi ku hlayela ta wena i 1 2 3 4 ta Lakhiwe Mkhize na tona i 1 2 3 4. Se leswi va swi vulaka laha Mandlovu i ku nkarhi lowa loko warrant officer a hlamusela vumbhoni bya yena a nga zanga byeriwa ku nambara yin'wanyani ka tetiya kumbe leti wena u nge i ya Lakhiwe Mkhize i nambara ya Cebisile. Nkarhi lowu a hlamuselaka vumbhoni bya yena warrant officer.
That's what the state is saying.
Hi leswi mchuchisi muyimeri wa mfumo a vulaka swona ku loko warrant officer va testify va nyika vumbhoni va hlamuserile ku tifoni number leti nga laha ta va mani swi amukeriwile ku hi ta va mani handle ka ku kaneta ku hayi leyi hi ku tiva ka Mandlovu ya Cebisile a nga zanga byeriwa sweswo warrant officer luya.
Loko ndzi tsundzuka kahle loko warrant officer ka hlamusela o vula ku phone number leyi ya mina leyi ya Lakhiwe. Loko ndzi tsundzuka kahle advocate so a nga zanga a n'wi question iyo hi ku leswi thava a hi swi ali na question ni nga ka ni nga yi tivi phone number ku a ya Njabulu a nga yi tivi nhloko mara ku va tshama ka fanele na i
if my memory helps me well here with this, I remember when the warrant officer was testifying. In fact, he was just pointing out as to whose number is this, and he would point at another number and say whose number is that. But Sergeant, rather Advocate Soko did not have questions for him. He said he doesn't have questions. He did not cross-examine him. He's saying that because we accepted the records of the cell phone towers, so there was no need for him to cross-examine him. My Lord, but I may not have remembered at that stage as to the phone numbers, but I know that I communicated mostly with Cebisile. I never spoke with Lakhiwe Mkhize.
Unfortunately, ma'am, Lakhiwe Mkhize was asked in re-examination what was his cell phone number, and that was the cell phone number provided. 072 536 0590.
Kambe Lakhiwe Mkhize yena loko vutisiwa xivutiso na loko a karhi a kanetiwa hi vumbhoni lebyi a nga byi nyika u vutisiwile nambara ya yena ya phone ku yi ri yihi a hlamusela ku ri 072 536 0590. Leswi a nga vula swo loko a vutisiwa ku yi ri yihi nambara ya wena Lakhiwe Mkhize.
ene xin'wanyana vele phone number ya ni tivi va sanfonelana na yena ene hi nkarhi wolowo loko a karhi a testifya i vutisiwile ya ti-phone number mara me a fanele xana ku hlamula xana hi phone number yena ku a ni phone number yena
My Lord, there was nothing for me to put or say to Lakiwe Mkhize at that time when he was testifying, because I did not have his cell phone number. I didn't know his cell phone number. And I also didn't have the cell phone record. Yes, when he testified, it was put to him, and that is the number that he said it's his. I never disputed that. I never accepted that it's his number, because I didn't know what cell phone number he was using.
But the problem that I'm having is, by your mere glancing at the number today, you identified this number as being belonging to Sebasile, Mr. Sebasile Kunene.
Kambe leswi nhlamarisaka Mandlovu ku yi langutanyana cell phone number leyi namuntlha u kota ku swi tsundzuka nambara leyiwani ya Cebisile Kunene.
Ku na nkarhi wun'wana loko hi ri na khodi xivutiso xi vekiwa ka wena hi nkarhi wolowo. A ni i swilo leswi nga humelela khale swi va swi ku confuse nyana, mara loko se u ri wexe ku fana loko se kumbe ri present swa vuya ku nambara leyi hi leyi a hamba ni fonela yona. So namuntlha loko se ni languta ivi ni vona laha se yi nga tala ngopfu la na tsundzuka ku i nambara leyi Cebisile minkarhi ya ku tala a ni fonela yona, na a ni n'wi fonela ka yona. And a ni swi vona swi ni olovela hi ku ma tirhisa Vodacom na yona ya Vodacom a swi ni olovela fonela ka yona ku a ni fona hi yini.
My Lord, you see, sometimes when one is faced with questions in court, sometimes one gets to be confused by the questions. And at a later stage, when in hindsight, look at the question, you are able to realize what the real situation is. For instance, when I'm in prison, I would be able to remember that this number that I was being asked about, or the number that was testified to, it's the number that belongs to Cebisile. And coupled with the fact that as I am testifying now here today, I am able to see the number in full here. I am able to remember with ease that it is Cebisile's number. My Lord, this is the number that I used to use calling Cebisile. It's a Vodacom number. It made it easy for me to use this number to reach her, because I was also using Vodacom service provider.
Ma'am, Mr. Lakiwe Mkhize is going to testify, and he said this is the number that he used.
Kambe Lakiwe Mkhize yena utile la atanyika vumbhoni Mandlovu. Futhi ute nambara leyi hi yona leyi a yi tirhisa, hi yona nambara ya yena.
Testify. And alangi number yena ani pfumelana ndimi number ye ani tivi ena ntsundzuki ni fonelana na yena.
My Lord, yes, he did come to testify. I did not dispute anything about his number or agree with him on his number, which number he was using, because I don't know Mr. Lakiwe Mkhize's number.
And when Warrant Officer Venter came to explain page 6 of his report and explained the numbers attached to Mr. Lakiwe Mkhize, why was that not disputed?
Se utile na Warrant Officer Venter Mandlovu afika hlamusela ku hi ti nambara ta Lakiwe Mkhize eka tinambara leti a ti hlamusela tani leswi swi nga xaxametiwa laha ka page 6 of 38 leswi a nga swi vekisa swona yena loko a tsala hansi tinambara letiya. Se xivutiso Mandlovu i ku hikwalaho ka yini a nga byeriwangi ku hi ku tiva ka wena Mandlovu nambara liya wena a wu yi tirhisa a wu fonela Cebisile ka yona u nga foneli Lakiwe Mkhize. Warrant Officer Venter u vuri ku tinambara ta Lakiwe Mkhize leti a swi kanetiwangi sweswo.
Hi nkarhi luwa a ni nga yi tsundzuki nambara mara sweswi ni vona ku se yi tele se na tsundzuka nambara leyi na yi tiva nambara leyi Cebisile a rhandza ku ni fonela yona.
Lord, just as I responded to this question by saying that I didn't know this number, but now that I see the number in full, now it comes to my mind that this is the number that Cebisile used to reach me in most cases, in most instances.
You see,
To assist the witness, that question of this number came during the re-examination. And you will recall that during the re-examination, Lakiwe Mkhize testified that he was in Tulamahash. And they said, no, you were never in Tulamahash. He said, because I come from KZN, how would I have known about that? That's when this number was given. Then you said that number is mine. Does that help you?
Look,
Do you remember when it was put to him that her mother stays in Bushbuckridge and not Tulamahash? He responded the same. How do I know Tulamahash? Because I come from KZN. And that's when the court wanted him to answer the question. And he then said, my call here on this number 072 360 590 is when he said there was an alleged plan, as he testified to, from you to kill the sister, the mother, and the child. And it's when he said, you gave him some money, he went to look at the victims, he came to report, and you took a taxi, you left and he took a taxi to Bushbuckridge, and it's where he blew part of the money that you gave to her. Does that help you?
I think I'm swa pfuna ku kota ku tsundzuka kahle Mandlovu ku mhaka ya phone number leyiwani yi vulavuriwe nkarhi lowu Lakiwe Mkhize a karhi a vutisiwa swivutiso futhi ka nkarhi wa kona a karhi a hlamula swivutiso a hlamula a nga kongomi ku hlamula xivutiso loko a vutisiwa ku wa swi tiva ku mhani wakwe a tshama a Bushbuckridge na a ku yena u ta swi tivisa kwini sweswo hi ku yena u huma KZN. Se ivi loko a byeriwa leswaku a hlamuli kahle xivutiso so a vula ku u n'wi fonerile a tirhisa nambara yaliya 0725360590 hi laha ku nga humelela plan liya a yi ri koho ya ku ya dlaya sesi wakwe mhani wakwe na xihlangi. Se hambi sweswo a hi tivi ku swa ku pfuna Mandlovu ku kota ku tsundzuka ku timhaka ta nambara letiwani ta nambara leyiwani ku i ya Lakiwe Mkhize tiva ku vulavuriwe hi to rini na yena Lakiwe Mkhize a vula ku i tinambara ta yena sweswo swa ku pfuna na ku va u kota ku ehleketa kumbe ku tsundzuka.
Na swi tsundzuka sweswo swi nga swi vulavula kona mara nambara mehe nkarhi wolowo ni nga yi tivi ku ya yena ni tiva ku i phone number ya Cebisile ene mehe loko warrant officer a karhi a vulavula ni te ali ti-phone number teleto mara ku i ya mani a ni tiva mali leti swi tiva i masangalelo na Lakiwe Mkhize nga va nambara yo yi ni pfunerile mara ku wangalelo na Lakiwe Mkhize a ni swi tivi.
My Lord, I remember what Lakiwe Mkhize said in his evidence here, what he testified to. I remember that. And even when the warrant officer was testifying, I never denied anything or disputed anything about the numbers which he said belonged to whoever. But at that time, I did not know Lakiwe Mkhize's number. I didn't know which number I was using, and I'm saying so because I never spoke to him on the phone. I don't remember talking to him on the phone, this Lakiwe Mkhize.
I've got it to you, ma'am, that on the 29th of January 2018, you made 2 calls to Mr. Lakiwe Mkhize on this said number being 072-536-0590.
It is 23rd January 2018, 29th, sorry. It is 29th January 2018, bar ufone kanar ufone la number yaliya ufone la Lakiwe Mkhize.
Hey man, that's the one phone la Lakiwe. Mara anzuzu ngale na ina phone ku be phone la number yi hlamuriwa munhu a give Lakiwe ene January le a ku ri i khale a na ha swi tivi swa ku ni ndze call phone la mani a phone number ya komba ku phone le phone number yo karhi mara ku ta phone la mani a
My Lord, I am not denying that my phone was used to call that number, but all I'm denying is that I spoke to Lakiwe, that I was phoning Lakiwe, because I've never spoken to him on the phone. And that day in January 2018, it's some time ago. I may not recall the details as to what I did, who I called on that day. And as far as I knew, when I called that number, I was phoning someone else, not Lakiwe. I never spoke to Lakiwe on that number.
But then on the 30th, ma'am, 10 phone calls were made from your handset to the number of Mr. Lakiwe Mkhize.
Kambe ti 30th, ufone ka 10. Phone ya wena kumbe eka phone ya wena ku endliwe ti phone call ta 10. Leti nga fonela number ya Lakiwe Mkhize.
Hey, understand vele ikhale shisha 2018
Don't know.
ngaba nifonile mara kumfonela Lakiwe ngaba fonela number le mara kumfonela na munhu loyi va nge Lakiwe
As far as I can say, my lord, is that I was phoning someone else, not Lakiwe Mkhize. This happened a long time ago. I don't know. I don't remember calling Lakiwe Mkhize. I spoke to him on the phone.
On the 2nd of February 2018, ma'am, I put it to you that you made 4 outgoing calls to the number of Mr. Lakiwe Mkhize being 072-536-0590.
It is 2, the 2nd of February 2018. Ufonela kambe ufonela phone ya Lakiwe Mkhize, ifoni ya wena yona linge 072-536-0590. Just as I explained, my lord, I'm not denying that calls were made from my phone to that phone number, but as far as I know, I was not calling Lakiwe Mkhize.
On the 3rd of February 2018, 11 calls were made between these two numbers. Your handset made 6 phone calls, and Mr. Lakiwe phoned your number 5 times.
But okay, Security 3 February 2018, Mchinchane kufonela shingaba ka 11, weka 6 au fonela yena ka 5 Lakiwe Mkhize afonela wena. Isikulera rati 3 February 2018.
Loko ntsundzuka kahle siku leri 3 tani loko munhu loko a noma xibedhlele a ni tiva ku phone number leyi ya tirhisile swi ri ne a ni fonelana na tirhisile hi a ri ku tirhiseni ka phone number leyi.
If I remember correctly, just like I said earlier, that on this day, the 3rd of February, that's the day on which I was being discharged from the hospital. So when I phoned this number, I was talking to Cebisile, as far as I can remember, as far as I know, not talking to Lakiwe Mkhize, my lord.
Do you understand? You know, in relation to the evidence of Lakiwe Mkhize, he said, you know, he phoned you or you phoned him. The idea being that he wanted to come and visit him. And he said then you advised him that he mustn't come because you have been discharged. And then you'll make certain arrangements to go to Bruce Park Ridge. So I'm just putting this in context so that it can help you to understand what this suggestion is, so that you can give an appropriate answer. Am I correct, Mr. Song? That's when he said, you know, don't come to visit me. I definitely thought, she told him not to visit because, you know, she's been discharged. And also that the victim has now shifted from Polo to Bush Park Ridge. That's when they settled that make arrangements go there.
Indeed, my lord.
Is that how?
Yes, my lord, the court is correct.
So when we put this, let's put so that we can understand the, you know, the impact. Because if you just pick up the number, it may not necessarily.
I just actually want to focus on the number of times the calls were communicated between.
Okay, I hear you.
I just want to focus on that.
Okay.
And that's basically it. I'm almost done.
Sorry?
I'm almost done.
Okay. You think, well, it's not 21?
21. Yeah.
Because we don't mention it.
Yes. No, they're not attention.
Good, thank you.
But ma'am, if one goes to that page as well as page 12, there have been numerous phone calls between your handset and that of Lakiwe Mkize.
Loko lang ta ka page yaliya Mandlovu, u tlhela u languta na page 12 ta swi vona ku ti tele ti calls leta ti humelela exikarhi ka wena na Lakiwe Mkhize.
Because Marame, I'm not like you, when I'm not for like
you. What I'm disputing is that I did not know that this is Lakiwe's phone number. I do see the record as it's showing the phone calls there, but I didn't know that this was his phone number.
May I can ask you, ma'am, when the police arrived there, when you were seated in the taxi at Bushbuckridge on the 7th of March 2018, do you recall?
Sukulera, it is 7th of March 2018. Loko maphorisa ya ta kuma u tshamile ka taxi a Bushbuckridge a taxi rank. Wa ha ri tsundzuka ne? Yes, I recall.
The police identified themselves to you, correct?
Maphorisa va vuye va ti tivisa ku hi vo va mani ka wena a ni ri? No. They only did that. That is, introduce themselves when people who works there at the taxi rank, the taxi officials, so to speak, interfered, seeing the manner in which I was being handled by the police, taking me out of the taxi. It's only then that they said we are police officers. That is, introduce themselves.
And at that stage, did you not think it to alert those police officers that in fact Mr. Njabulo Kunene wanted to rob the traditional healer? He's the one that should be arrested, not you.
Hi nkarhi walowo a wu swi hleketangi ku tivisa maphorisa laya ku Njabulo Kunene hi yena loyi a lava ku khoma n'anga liya nkunzi na ku ri ku fanele ku khomiwa yena hayi wena. A wu swi hleketangi ku hi nkarhi walowo ku va byela sweswo maphorisa na?
Hi nkarhi wolowo phela loko u khomiwa la a va nga lavi nhlamuselo ya mina, a va nga lavi nchumu, va lo xika va fana mina a va zanga va ni vutisa ku ku endleka yini ku va lava ku tatiwa statement xa mina.
You see, at that time when I was apprehended by the police, they did not want any explanation from me. Not at that point. They just instructed me to alight from the taxi, get out of the taxi. I go with them. They did not wait to hear any explanation from me.
So did you attempt to explain to them that in fact you are innocent of all that you're charged with? The people that are blaming you wanted to commit offences.
U ringetile na Mandlovu, u ringetile ku u ringeta ku va hlamusela ku kahle vanhu lava va ku lumbetaku hi vo va nga a va lava ku endla vugevenga kumbe va lava ku endla milandzu yaleyo. A wu va byelangi na ku wena u hava nandzu, wena u ndlangi nchumu hi lava va nga na xidyoho, hikwalaho ka yini u nga va byelangi sweswo?
Loko va heta ku chikisa taxini hi te loko swi ri ndzeni ka polo Sergeant Zulu a ni byela swa ku na right ya ku remain silence, a ni byeletela swilo swa ti-rights hikuva swa nga ni byela swoho hi nomu a ku futhi media ku ni ya mahlweni vuphorisa wa swi tiva ku ku endleka yini. Njabulo hi nkarhi lowu a ri kwala kusuhani ni n'wi tshembi ku Njabulo ku endleka yini na wa twisisa ivi ni va byela me ni tiva ku la a hi tengangeni ivi a ni tsala i khenele xilenge loko me ni tiva ku va teni va heleketa ngangeni na hlamana hinkwa swilo leswi nga ri ku humeleleni ku wa yi se me ni fanele ni khomiwa ku loko heta vanhu ngangeni wa khomiwa na.
Yeah, in Kuala Mandlovu. My lord, after I was taken out of the taxi, I was taken to a police motor vehicle they make thereof, it's a polo. Inside that car, Sergeant Zulu then started explaining rights to me, you know, those rights where one is told of having a right to remain silent and the like. He even stopped at some point and said, there's no need for me to continue and complete this explanation to you about your rights, because you are a police officer, you know such rights. So Njabulo was around at that stage. He was just in the vicinity there. So I asked him, what is happening, Njabulo? I even explained it to this Colonel Schilenge there that I know nothing, I'm innocent, and as far as I know, I had accompanied these people over here to Bushbuckridge for them to see a traditional healer. I didn't know if that was a crime. I should be arrested for that, for accompanying people to see a traditional healer in Bushbuckridge.
According to you, Mr. Njabulo Kunene wanted to rob the traditional healer. Is that not correct?
Kambe ikuya wena Mandlovu luya ala ku roba nganga luya aso Njabulo Kunene.
Loko hi suka a ni tiva ku nga heleketiwanga ngeni sweswo swa ku hleketa ku roba nganga nto loko se hi fika hi city garage hi xikili hi laha nga vulavula kona hi ri handle ka movha ni ri na hi ri two a ku ye loko nganga leyi va yisaka o vona ku yi na mali hi ta yi roba a hi ri handle emovheni na yena.
Okay, now shit. My lord, when we left at first or initially, all I knew is that I was taking them to Bushbuckridge to see a traditional healer. But when we were in Bushbuckridge at the garage in Hazyview, place called the Hazyview, it was after we alighted from the vehicle. It was just the two of us, that is myself and Njabulo Kunene, where he mentioned this to me, that if he notices or sees that the traditional healer that we are going to make use of to see is somebody who is wealthy, who has money, he's going to rob the traditional healer. That's what he explained to me at that stage when we were already in Bushbuckridge. But when we left for Bushbuckridge initially, all I knew is that they were going to see a traditional healer.
And again, you tell a kwalani. He let me know saying that's not that this is happening. Look, shak sungula look isuka. Ute loko nifika moveni ni vula ku ya ku dlayi nga malume munhu loyi a ta kota ku heleketa swi se u cinca xitori la ndlele u byela swa ku siku la ku ya robonga a na ha koti ku twisisa ku kahleka yini.
And just to add on that, my lord, that's when Njabulo and I started not getting along, because on our way, he made me say that we were going to Bushbuckridge to kill my sister and her children and my mother. And now, when we get to Bushbuckridge, he was telling me that he was intending to rob if he sees that the traditional healer has money. So I was starting to question him as to what is it exactly that is happening. So at that point, Njabulo and I were no longer seeing eye to eye.
But as a police officer, why didn't you open a case?
Kambe tani phorisa kwala ka yini unga ngikhomisangi. Open a case for what?
The person informing you that he's going to rob the traditional healer.
Munhu loyi a ku byelaka ku u ya ku khomeni n'anga nkunzi.
A hi ri Hazyview garage. A ha ri ndleleni ya Bushbuckridge. Ni ya va komba ka ngeni. O vulavula a hi swilo leswi a swi endla. Hi leswi nga endla ku kusukela kwalani mina vosi a hi nga twani. Hi leswi nga endla va nyikana mali.
We were still on our way to Bushbuckridge. We were at a place called Hazyview, and he just verbalized that. He was just mentioning that it's not something that he was acting upon at that stage. And that is why, from that point on, me and them were no longer seeing eye to eye, and I requested them to give me money in order for me to travel back, to go back.
Can I put it to you that you killed witness Madala Homu?
Urke Mandlovu Na wakubyela ku wena hi wena u nga dlaya witness Madala Homu.
A ni swi tivi ni sungula ku swi twa namuntlha leswi a ni hlamarisa.
I'm shocked to hear that. It's my first time to hear that today. I don't know about that, my lord.
Man, sorry, you know, you may not know about that, but what do you say? Did you kill or you didn't kill?
Yeah, unga nga swi tivi Mandlovu. Uri yini mara u n'wi dlayile kumbe a n'wi dlaya witness Madala Homu na?
A ni n'wi dlayanga.
I did not kill him, my lord.
I further put it to you, ma'am, that you killed your own sister, Miss Audrey Somisa Ndlovu.
Uri ke na sesi wa wena u n'wi dlayile Audrey Somisa Ndlovu.
A ni n'wi dlayanga sesi wa mina a ni swi tivi sweswo ni sungula ku swi twa namuntlha ka kona.
I did not kill my sister. I don't know what is being put to me. It's my first time to hear that here, today here in court.
I further put it to you, ma'am, that you defrauded Clientele Limited, One Life Insurance, and Financial Insurance in respect of your deceased sister Audrey Somisa Ndlovu.
Barke uyivele kumbe ku teka la swi nga fanelangi na hi vuxisi va ka clientele u teke mali ka vona na va ka One Life Insurance na Old Mutual. Leswi humelele andzhaka ku lova ka sesi wa wehe Audrey Somisa Ndlovu.
Ni va tekele njhani hi ku mali a va debita ka akhawunti leyi? A ni swi tivi sweleswo a ni endlanga fraud.
I did not commit any fraud. I did not defraud them of any money. How would I defraud them money? Because even for the premiums, they were deducting from her account. I did not commit any fraud, madam.
So that I put it to you, ma'am, that you attempted or that you tampered with evidence on the scene where Audrey Somisa Ndlovu's body was discovered on the 26th of June 2013.
Se barke la nga kumeka ntsumbu wa sesi wa wehe Audrey Somisa Ndlovu u fike laha u kanganyisa kumbe kusula ku tumbeta hi xikongomelo xo tumbeta vumbhoni hi siku lera ra ti 26 ta June 2013.
A ni pfumeli sweleswo. Tanihiloko ni vurile ni ku a ni lo swi endla ku swilo leswi a swi ri mihleketweni wa mina a ni hlangahlanganile a ni tekela tikomixini huma ene tikomixi leti a ti ri na ndzeni ka yindlu a hi tona leti hi nga nwa hi tiya ku loko mati ya hina a hi tshame handle. Sweswo hinkwaswo na swi kaneta mara loko va swi vula ni swi vula.
I dispute all that, my lord. Council can put it all she wants, but I dispute all of it. I don't agree to that. I took the cups which were inside. It was not an intention to tamper with evidence. It wasn't tampering with evidence because even the cups that we use to drink tea with were not inside the room. They were outside. So I don't agree with that, my lord. I'm disputing it.
Ma'am, I put it to you that you killed Youngwani Maurice Mabasa on the 14th of October 2015.
Urke udlaye Mandlovu udlaye in 2015 udlaye Yingwani Maurice Mabasa. The 14th of that she committed the crime, the offense. So be it. That's what she's saying, my lord.
Explain that.
So now may we take the time to interpret
Yes.
the whole statement that she made, my lord.
I just wanted that to get
Yeah.
it because we needed to have it, in written down.
As the court pleases. My lord, I did not kill Yingwani Maurice Mabasa. The last time I saw him, it was the morning of the 13th of October 2015 when he left for work. I only learned of his death on the 13th when I was on my way to Olifantsfontein police station when I received a call from Sergeant Mugwari. But then if counsel puts it to me that I did that, she can do that all she wants, but I'm disputing that I did not kill Yingwani Maurice Mabasa. There is no even proof of that here in court. There's no proof. There's no evidence to prove that I did so. I'm disputing that.
I put it to you, ma'am, that you then also defrauded Ashu Paul and Mr. Mashaba in in regards of the policy of Mr. Yangwani Maurice Mabasa?
Se iti policy ta Yingwani Maurice Mabasa kumbe hi policy ya yena. Uvuye u teka na mali swi nga fanelangi hi vuxisi eka Asupol leswi u swi endle hi ku xisa Mr. Mashaba.
Loko xi se njhani Mr. Mashaba hi ku police a ti debita ka account ya Maurice. Maurice i munhu loyi a ye xikolweni. Loko a transaction yi karhi huma ka account ya a ta swi vona ku ku na mali leyi humaka.
I did not defraud Asupol, my lord. The money that was paying for these policies or this policy was deducted from his account. Maurice was a learned somebody, an educated person. He would knew that something is amiss if monies were just going off his account without his knowledge. So I did not defraud anyone. Payments for these policies came from his own account.
But if you meant that you also then killed Zanele Mota.
Barke utlaina Zanele Mota Mandlovu.
Lomu dlaya njhani Zanele? Hi ku na loko a ta vaviseka na ku sungula a ya xibedhlele a ku foneriwa mina a ni nga ri kona ku foneriwe dad mina loko mama hungu ku i le xibedhlele. Nantswa leswi loko va teke Zanele tshama na endlwini ene reason a ku ni ku teke tshama na endlwini hi ku a sukele ka mina. A ni tlanga Zanele mara loko khoti yo xi vonisa sweswo hi leswi swi vonisaka xiswona a ku na lexi ni nga ta xi endla.
My lord, how would one say that I killed Zanele? I didn't. How would I do that? Even in the first instance when Zanele got injured, I was not the person who was contacted. It was director. I was not present there. My crime was to take Zanele home. Zanele, I took her home because when she got injured, she had come from my home. She left from my home. So, but if the court deems it in that way, that I killed Zanele, let it be so. There's nothing that I can do about that. But I'm saying that I did not kill Zanele Mota.
You don't have any obligation on your part to prove that you are innocent.
Imani ukufuna isungwana Mandlovu. Wena asile makatleni ya wena ungazuthi bangela ku tikeriwa na hi swona. A wu na ntirho wa ku va u humesa vumbhoni kombeta ku wena u hava nandzu.
The state must prove all the allegations against you beyond reasonable doubt.
Muyimeri wa mfumo mchuchisi hi yena fanela ku komba vumbhoni la ku handle ka ku kanakana kumbe vumbhoni byo ka byi nga kanakanisi ku wena una nandzu ku leswi va nge u swi endlile.
I'm saying this because I'm perturbed. That's why I requested a translation of saying, if the court says so, let it be so. The court can only arrive at the conclusion after hearing all the evidence and the evaluation and apply the law to the facts. So please be rest assured that you are presumed to be innocent. So when they put that into you, is your answer is either you agree or you don't agree. Don't try to impute anything to the court.
Yingisela Mandlovu. Wabona tani leswi nga vula ku ntirho wa mchuchisi ku kombisa hi vumbhoni nakona vumbhoni byo ka byi nga kanakanisi ku wena una nandzu. Ku va khoto yi teka nkarhi ku hlamusela leswi ku va yi karhatekile hi mahlamulelo ya wena loko hlamusela ku loko ku ri ku khoto yi swi tekisa swona a swi vitani ku hava lexi wena nga ta xi endla. U fanele u swi tiva ku ku na matirhele lawa ya landzeleriwaka loko ku tengiwa nandzu. khoto yi fanele yi yingisela vumbhoni ivi fikela ka xiboho xa yona endzhaku ka loko ku langutiwile vumbhoni lebyi ya kahle hinkwabyo na ku va yi tirhisa nawu ku endla hi ndlela leyi nawu wu vulaka leswaku ku endlisiwa xona loko ku langutiwa vumbhoni. Wena eka nkarhi wa sweswi u hava nandzu a wu si voniwa u ri na nandzu sweswo na ku tiyisisa ku swi tivi leswaku a wu si voniwa u ri na nandzu nakona ku ta rhanga ku langutiwa vumbhoni ku sungula ku vumbhoni lebyi byi kombeta ku na nandzu kumbe u hava nandzu na. A twanana Mandlovu? I understand that.
We started with finalize the Zanele Mota.
And less than a year later, ma'am, you then killed Zanele Mota's brother, Mr. Mayeni Mashaba, on the 10th of April 2017.
Barke ku nga se hela na lembe endzhaku loko u dlaye Zanele Mota u vuye u dlaya makwavo wa Zanele Mota wa xinuna buti wa yena va nge i Mayeni Mashaba. Leswi humelele hi siku lera ra ti 10 ta April 2017. I did not do that, man. I deny that. I didn't do that.
I further put it to you, ma'am, that during the period of December 2017, you conspired with Mr. Njabulo Vincent Kunene and Mr. Lakiwe Mkize to kill your sister, Nomasonto Gladys Ndlovu.
Barke hi n'hweti ya December 2017 u bohe xikungu u ri na Lakiwe Mkhize, Vincent Kunene, Njabulo Vincent Kunene mi bohe xikungu xa ku ri mi ta dlaya sesi wa wena Nomasonto Gladys Ndlovu. Leswi humelele eka yan'wanyana ya masiku ya n'hweti ya December hi 2017. No, my lord, I don't know about it. I don't know. I deny that, my lord.
Further put it to you, ma'am, that during the period 22nd of January up until 24 January 2018, and near Tembisa and Dwarsloop in the district of Bushbuckridge, you killed Brilliant Mashego.
Barke eka masiku lawa ya kumbe rin'wanyana ra masiku lawa kusuka hi ti 22 ku ya fika hi ti 24 ta January 2018 Mandlovu a swi tiveki na ku ndhawu ya kona hi le kwihi exikarhi ka Tembisa na Dwarsloop a Bushbuckridge kun'wana kwalaha u dlaye Brilliant Mashego. I don't agree, my lord, with that. I deny that. I don't know about that.
Further put it to you, ma'am, that you conspired with Mr. Lakiwe Mkhize during the period of February 2018 to kill your sister Joyce Ndlovu as well as your mother, Maria Nyavana Mushwana.
Barke eka n'hweti ya February 2018 u bohe xikungu na Lakiwe Mkhize ku mi ta dlaya sesi wa wena Joyce Ndlovu na mhani wa wena Maria Nyavane Mushwana.
A hi ntiyiso a ni swi endlanga swilo sweswo a ni swi tivi hambi mhaki u tile court
That's not true. I did not do that. I didn't commit that offense. Even my mother came to court to testify. She said that she doesn't know about that. In fact, she first learned of it, came to know about it here in court. It's not true.
I further put it to you, ma'am, that on the 7th of March 2018, you attempted to kill Joyce Ndlovu and her children, Ketakukhle Ndlovu and Nontando Ndlovu and Ansani Ndlovu and Mboyelo Ndlovu, as well as Sifiso Ndlovu.
Barke ti 7 March 2018 u bohe xikungu na yena Njabulo kunene ku mi ta famba mi ya mi ya dlaya sesi wa wena na vana va yena. Sesi wa we ku nga Joyce Ndlovu, vana va sesi wa we ku nga va Khetokuhle Ndlovu, Nontando Ndlovu, Anzani Ndlovu, Mbuyelo Ndlovu na Sifiso Ndlovu.
A hi ntiyiso hi ku na le ka Joyce na va Njabulo kunene va lava a ni fikanga.
That's not true, my lord. I never even reached Joyce's home together with Njabulo Kunene and the others. I never got to my sister's place of residence together with them.
Hambi New Forest la tshamako a ndza nga fika.
Even-
Laha ku ri sala va nga ni khoma. Before va nga va komba hi meka ka Joyce. So
Even-
a swa ku ni attempte njhani ku n'wi dlaya.
Even at New Forest, we never reached New Forest together with them. I never went to New Forest together with them. In fact, even the police who arrested me were shown by me at Joyce's home. So I don't know how it is meant when it says that I attempted to have her killed.
Now for the questions for this witness. Mahmood. Thank you.
Mr. Super, any re-examination of the life happen, postponement until tomorrow to go through all the evidence and see whether there are any points that you want to raise in examination.
My Lord, I have no examination for the witness.
So you don't have it.
Yes.
You know, that's why I'm asking you whether you want it. You know, Chairman, you know, to reconsider your position by plea. But if you don't, you don't. Can you just take it up with whether the any point that she would like to raise in examination and the God being add to the purpose of the examination?
Indeed. My Lord, may I approach you?
Please. Shall we take a short adjournment?
You can
So
take
that there must be some kind of
Privacy.
privacy. The court adjourns, let me just say, it's now 5:00, we will reconvene at 5:30.
Yes, please, on the call.
Court adjourns,
Relax.
and you know, I would like to see
refused on specified legal grounds to tender a plea to the charges. The state commenced leading evidence against them by calling the complainant, Ms. Zondi, in some of the charges. Whilst still under cross-examination, the complainant had to be temporarily excused as she was due to write an examination in some of the courses she is studying. After adjournment of a few days, the matter resumed. An application for my recusal was brought by the two applicants. I refused the application and indicated then that reasons will be provided in due course. These now follow. When I adjourned the matter on the 17th of October 2018, I wished Ms. Zondi, who was still under cross-examination, good luck in her examinations as follows. I quote, "That is your future. You have to concentrate on your future. Forget about what is happening here."
If you suffer from high blood pressure, high blood sugar, being overweight, or if you or a loved one are fighting type 2 diabetes or pre-diabetes, you must see this. This discovery could save your life. Top doctors from the American Diabetes Association discover a simple method which targets blood sugar and melts diabetic fat like clockwork. This method is so effective, it's costing the diabetes industry billions of dollars. This shocking discovery reveals the real root cause of high blood sugar and weight gain, and it has nothing to do with eating carbs or sugar or even genetics, but instead with beta cells inside the pancreas. While most medications can keep the symptoms of diabetes at bay, they don't actually treat the root cause of the problem. So before you resign yourself to being hooked on medication for life, you've got to see this right now. These well-known doctors from the American Diabetes Association were forced out of their practice after they unveiled a billion-dollar secret they were not supposed to know, a clinically proven simple 6-second method you can use starting today to eliminate type 2 diabetes, regardless of your age or medical condition, and it works like crazy. You'll find yourself grinning from ear to ear like a love-struck teenager as you use this simple at-home method to have perfect blood sugar and melt up to 1 pound of sugary belly fat every 72 hours. No exercise, no dieting, just by doing this shockingly simple method every afternoon, that's it. Save hundreds or even thousands of dollars you've been wasting on test strips and medications. Enjoy all of the mouth-watering foods that you had to avoid like the plague before. Save hundreds or even thousands of dollars on medical services and surgery. To be able to eat your favorite foods, play with your kids or grandkids, and really live your life with absolutely perfect blood sugar levels. More than 43,000 people are already doing it, and they have been able to treat their type 2 diabetes successfully while also losing pound after pound of diabetic fat. Remember, this has nothing to do with meds, fad diets, exercise or expensive treatments. I urge you stop everything you're doing and click the link below to watch a short free special video this doctor created. The $390 billion diabetes industry doesn't want you to see this video and discover this extraordinary diabetes fighting secret. Click the blue button below and watch it now before it's too late.
It will take its own course, and the answer was thank you, Your Worship. You are not doing this for yourself. That is coming to this court. It is not about yourself, it is about justice. Yes, Your Worship. So leave everything to us and then go and write your exams and concentrate on your examination. Thank you, Your Worship. Good luck. Thank you, Your Worship. Close quotes. The matter was thereafter postponed to 22nd October 2018. On resumption, attorney for the applicants, Mr. Dobaneman, extensively addressed me about what occurred outside court after the matter was adjourned. In part, he stated the following, I quote, "In essence, I am instructed that accused number 2 and 3, as well as their family members who have been attending court and supporting them and other supporters are in fear for their lives should they approach the court. They have informed me that when they come to and leave court, they have been mobbed, and now I am referring to what transpired last week. Crowds of persons have been allowed to press up against them. They have been allowed to abuse them verbally, and they have been allowed to throw items at them, including water. Mrs. Omotoso, accused number 1's wife, was drenched in water the other day. I saw it myself. In an endeavor to resolve the situation, I myself approached the police here at court and asked them to take steps to guard against what is happening, close quotes. He specifically stated that he was placing the matter before court and did not seek any order. Pursuant to that, I made a comment and suggested that if necessary, criminal charges should be laid with the police and an interdict be sought. If required, I further gave an order that accused number 2 and 3 be escorted by the police when approaching and leaving the court precinct. Thereafter, Mr. Doberman brought an application for my recusal. A notice of motion coupled with the founding affidavit of the first applicant and the confirmatory affidavit of the second applicant. The latter read in part as follows. I share exactly this, quote, I share exactly the same sentiments as those expressed by him in paragraphs 11 to 14 thereof, close quotes. Paragraphs 11 to 14 of the founding affidavit read, I quote, my perception is that in making the comments highlighted in bold above, 1, the Honorable Presiding Judge has already made up his mind and found that Ms. Zondi has come to court to testify, not for herself, but as a crusader in a quest for justice. 2, the Honorable Presiding Judge is overtly sympathetic towards Ms. Zondi and her cause. 3, the Honorable Presiding Judge has openly identified and aligned himself with Ms. Zondi's cause. 4, the Honorable Presiding Judge has already decided that Ms. Zondi's version is true and accepted same without hearing all the evidence or argument. 5, the Honorable Presiding Judge has already decided to mete out justice on behalf of Ms. Zondi. 6, the Honorable Presiding Judge has already decided to convict and sentence me and the second applicant. 7, the Honorable Judge is biased in favor of Ms. Zondi and the prosecution. 8, the Honorable Judge is prejudiced against me and the second applicant. 9, the Presiding Judge is and will not be impartial. And 10, I and the second applicant will, in the circumstances, not receive a fair trial before the Honorable Judge. Paragraph 12, in my belief and respectful submission, the said comments by the Honorable Presiding Judge presuppose an ultimate outcome favorable to Ms. Zondi and admit of no reasonable interpretation other than that which I have placed thereon. 13, in my respectful submission, the Honorable Presiding Judge has, unfortunately, and in the circumstances, disqualified himself from continuing to preside over the matter. 14, I seek only a fair trial before an impartial judge and justice. I do not make this application lightly. I know that my trial is likely to be delayed by the replacement of the presiding judge, and since I am in custody awaiting trial, that I will be prejudiced thereby, close quotes.
Blueface boy.
Thought I couldn't make it without you. Truth is, I've been pretty successful. Think about all the times we had, all the drama. My mom got involved, flipped out. We live and we learn. If they ask me who I miss the most, it'll be you. Crazy tannic caught my eye. Body shaped just like a lemon, why I call you pie. You was right there when they blitzed, but never left my side. You got thicker, I got richer, never testified. Stressful days, we made love on the kitchen stove. With her dripping paper towel, that's that ghetto robe. Introduce you to the players, you met all my fiends. Pop a bottle as I thank you, help me reach my dreams. Who would ever thought I'd see a milli in these streets? White girl, you my Billie Jean. Know it's hard to get away, but choices come with life. I remember thinking one day you'll become my wife. That's a fact. I remember we got into a little tussle with the law on the ad. Had me in zone pent up against the wall. They brought you down from off the roof, threw you in front of the cop car. All I could say was damn. For the time we pulled off on them, when they tried to flag us down, we wasn't going for none of that. None of that. 4 letters facing that, but the risk for the reward, I was chasing that. Smell your sin on the paper when I'm thumbing through it. Oh God, I miss you, the reminders got me going through it. Weekly trips out Virginia just to drop you off. Only female in this world who rode all my cars. Had me flying out to Cali for you. Did wrong late nights in back of alleys for you. Had a shootout with them niggas, tried to play about you. Told my bro don't let them take me to the grave without you. Swear to Lord when we parted, held a tear back. For grown-ups and a baby, want my kids back. This is real trap. I want you back like every day, but I understand we can't always have what we want. I love you, always and forever.
Mr. Doberman also raised from the bar another complaint. He referred to what I said earlier on before the application for my recusal was brought. I shall revert to this later. The legal framework. In President of the Republic of South Africa versus South African Rugby Football Union, 1999, Volume 4, SA 147, it's a constitutional court decision. The court stated the following about the recusal of a presiding judge. I quote paragraph 45. From all the authorities to which we have been referred by counsel and which we have consulted, it appears that the test for apprehended bias is objective and that the onus of establishing it rests upon the applicant. The test for bias established by the Supreme Court of Appeals is substantially the same as the test adopted in Canada. For the past 2 decades, that approach is the one contained in a dissenting judgment by de Branch in Committee for Justice and Liberty et al. Versus National Energy Board, and the court quotes, the apprehension of bias must be a reasonable one, held by a reasonable and right-minded persons, applying themselves to the question and obtaining thereon the required information. The test is what would an informed person, viewing the matter realistically and practically, and having thought the matter through, conclude. In R versus RD in brackets, Corey J, after referring to that passage, pointed out that the test contains a twofold objective element. The person considering the alleged bias must be reasonable, and the apprehension of bias itself must also be reasonable in the circumstances of the case. The same consideration was mentioned by Lord Brown Wilson in Pinochet. Decisions in Canada, Australia, and New Zealand have either refused to apply the test in Rec versus Go, or modified it so to make the relevant test the question whether the events in question give rise to a reasonable apprehension or suspicion on the part of a fair-minded and informed member of the public that the judge was not partial. An unfounded or unreasonable apprehension concerning a judicial officer is not a justifiable basis for an application. The apprehension of a reasonable person must be assessed in the light of the true facts as they emerge at the hearing of the application. It follows that incorrect facts which were taken into account by an applicant must be ignored in applying the test, close quotes. It is therefore trite that the test for apprehension of bias on the part of the judicial officer is objective and the onus is on the applicant to establish it. The test is whether the reasonable, objective and informed person would, on the correct facts, reasonably apprehend that the judge would not be impartial. It is also trite that what is required of a judge is judicial impartiality and not complete neutrality. It has been stated eloquently by the Supreme Court of Appeal in State v. Schockel, 2001, Volume 4, SA, page 1, SCA, at paragraph 22. I quote, "It is accepted that judges are human and they bring their life experiences to the bench. They are not expected to divorce themselves from these experiences and to become judicial stereotypes. What judges are required to be is impartial. That is, to approach the matter with a mind open to persuasion by the evidence and the submissions of counsel." Close quotes. There is a presumption of impartiality which is placed on judicial officers. Judges, including myself, regard this presumption of impartiality in a serious light at all times. In Bennett v. Absa Bank Limited, Ngobo CJ articulated the presumption thus: "What must be stressed here is that which this court has stressed before, the presumption of impartiality and the double requirement of reasonableness. The presumption of impartiality is implicit, if not explicit, in the office of a judicial officer. This presumption must be understood in the context of the oath of office that judicial officers are required to take, as well as the nature of the judicial function. Judicial officers are required by the Constitution to apply the Constitution and the law impartially and without fear, favor, or prejudice. Their oath of office requires them to administer justice to all persons alike without fear, favor, or prejudice, in accordance with the Constitution and the law. And the requirement of impartiality is also implicit. If not explicit, in Section 34 of the Constitution, which guarantees the right to have disputes decided in a fair public hearing before a court, where appropriate, another independent and impartial tribunal or forum. This presumption, therefore, flows directly from the Constitution. Footnotes omitted, close quotes. In Nontutuzelo Portia Sizani versus Mpofu, NO, and the Director of Public Prosecutions, Eastern Cape, it's an unreported case number 642 of 2017, delivered on the 12th of December 2017. Dealing with the same case of Bennett, Pickering J, dealing with paragraphs 32 to 34 thereof, said the following, I quote, "The court held that it must be assumed that through their training and experience, judicial officers have the ability to carry out their oath of office, to disabuse their minds of any irrelevant personal belief and predispositions. The effect of this presumption of impartiality is that a judicial officer will not lightly be presumed to be biased. Mere apprehensiveness on the part of the applicant that the court will be biased, even a strongly and honestly felt anxiety, is not enough," close quotes. I think it aimed, in the circumstances of this case and the application for recusal, to refer to what is generally accepted conduct in treating witnesses who come to court to give evidence. S versus Azov was an appeal wherein the court was dealing with an entrapment of an appellant. In my view, the conduct dealt with by that court is similar to what transpired here. The court was specifically invited to deal with the treatment of witnesses who gave evidence. Snyman said the following, I quote, "I think it must be clear to him and perhaps to others that witnesses who come into court, be they police witnesses or any other kind of witnesses, are entitled to the ordinary courtesy one extends to decent people. Witnesses who give evidence are assisting the court in arriving at the truth and in carrying out the administration of justice. No cross-examiner is entitled to insult a witness or to treat him in the manner in which these witnesses were treated, without there being a very good reason for it. Witnesses must be treated with courtesy and respect. They are doing a public duty in coming to court. That must be borne in mind by both cross-examiners and the presiding officers. It was clear the duty of the magistrate here it was clearly the duty of the magistrate here to protect these witnesses. I do not wish to be understood to say that a witness may be attacked, but before you can attack a witness, you must at least lay a foundation to the satisfaction of the presiding officer that you have grounds for attacking the witness. Otherwise must be treated with respect and with the same courtesy that you would extend to a man in a civilized society. One is not rude to people when you speak to them during ordinary social intercourse. So why should it be different in a court of law? Have this cross-examiner really shocked me in regard to the manner in which he treated these respectable men? He starts off by attacking them without any reason. He seems to assume that they are dishonest people and that he is entitled to attack and insult them. When the magistrate intervenes to protect them, he does not hesitate to attack the magistrate. I cannot find any justification for this conduct, and I think the magistrate's strictures of him were fully justified. Close quotes. Analysis in this case. An analysis of the avowed facts which led the applicants to form the purported apprehension is necessary. The avowed facts reveal that in essence there are four grounds, namely, A, I had made up my mind about the credibility of Ms. Zondi, mete out justice for her, accepted the truth of her version without hearing all the evidence or argument, and convicting and sentencing the two applicants. I had decided that Ms. Zondi is a crusade for justice, and I'm sympathetic, partisan, and allied to her crusade. C, I am biased in favor of Ms. Zondi and the prosecution, sympathetic, partisan, and aligned with her. I am and will not be impartial. D, I am prejudiced against the two applicants. A proper consideration of the grounds relied upon by the applicants revealed that the court is not dealing with a mere apprehension of bias, but actual bias as a matter of fact. Actual bias is different from an apprehension. It has been held that actual bias means the judge approaches, quote, the issues with a mind that was in fact prejudiced and not open to conviction. This occurs when the decision maker has prejudiced the case, the decision maker has prejudged the case so as to be unable or unwilling to decide it impartially. Close quotes. I shall first deal with the submission by Mr. Doberman from the bar. It is true that I did mention that, I quote, it is tried the accused should be allowed to prove their innocence, close quotes. This statement must be read in the correct context. When the matter started on 22nd October 2018, as already alluded to, Mr. Doberman made a lengthy submission that his clients were harassed by people who had gathered outside to apparently support the alleged victims in the matter. That issue had nothing to do with the matter before me. Hence, at the end of his address, he did not ask for an order. He merely informed the court that he was merely placing that on record. I thereafter made the following comments pursuant thereto. I am not privy to what happened or to the circumstances leading to the throwing of the water and all those things. I am not privy to that, and I cannot pronounce on it because I was not there, and even if I wanted to, I would have to still hear the person who is an aggressor or apparently poured water over somebody else before I can make a ruling. It is tried that the accused should receive a fair trial. It is tried that they should be allowed to do their best to prove themselves innocent. Then what I need to say in respect of the third aspect is that counsel should approach me in chambers so that we can map a way forward. We conduct whatever we have to conduct so that we secure that the accused should be in court. They should be protected in court. They should be protected when they are coming to court. They should be protected when they are coming to court and should be protected when they leave court. In respect of the aspect of the family members, I think we will trash it. I think you will trash it out as well, because I don't have the powers. I don't know how the sitting arrangement is made here. I know for a fact that this courtroom is very small to accommodate everybody else. I do not know the logistics, therefore I can't comment on how they are supposed to be in court, how they are supposed to be accommodated. But when it comes to the accused, I have a say, close quotes. Those are my words. Obviously, in the excerpt quoted above, I was not referring to the current applicants and their co-accused in that context. I was referring to those who were attacking Mr. Doberman and Mrs. Mutoso as he submitted that she was drenched in water. The simple thing I meant by that is that those who assaulted Mr. Doberman and Mrs. Omotoso should be given an opportunity to state their version, to vindicate their innocence. I went to an extent of saying those complaining should go and report to the police and obtain an interdict. I even referred to the Audi alteram partem rule. It is therefore inconceivable and disingenuous to assume that I was referring to the applicants and co-accused before court. It is basic tenet of our criminal justice system that an accused person is presumed innocent until proven guilty. I would not, as stated in the preceding paragraph, stress the constitutional rights of those who are accused of having committed an assault, and in the same sentence allege that the applicants must prove their innocence. The apprehension of the reasonable men in the position of the applicants must be assessed in the light of the true facts as they emerge in the matter. Now, coming to the submissions made by the applicant, it is legally correct that a complainant in a sexual offense, as in this instance, testify on behalf of the state, not herself. Hence, a complainant in a rape case cannot be allowed to withdraw a case against her perpetrator. This is only why Snyman says, I quote, "Witnesses are doing a public duty in coming to court," close quotes. It boggles the mind to state the obvious. What exactly in that statement that presupposes or creates a perception of bias on my part? Crusader is defined in Oxford Dictionary as a fighter in the medieval crusade, as a person who campaigns vigorously for political, social, or religious change. A campaigner. I'm unable to find that she was vigorously campaigning for justice in evidence so far. Nothing from what I said suggests that. She is merely before court to testify that justice be done. Lest I am being misinterpreted again, justice is meted out where there is a conviction or an acquittal. Justice is not meant for complainants only. It is as it is insinuated in this ground, it is for the accused persons as well. Therefore, the phrase that it is about justice includes the accused. Mr. Doberman argued as follows, I quote, "And to say to a witness in terms your coming to court is not about yourself, it about the interests of justice, presupposes of necessity that the witness is here to tell the truth and has been telling the truth. Clearly that must be the case, because a witness who comes to court to tell lies and mislead the court cannot be here to do so in the interest of justice. Quite clearly, my lord," I close quotes. I'm taken aback by this argument. It has no factual basis whatsoever. The other perception of bias by the applicants is that I, overtly sympathetic towards Ms. Zondi, I was overly sympathetic towards Ms. Zondi and her cause. Mr. Doberman repeated this in his oral argument, alleging that, I quote, "I openly aligned myself with her cause and that it is not my duty to console witnesses and that it is somebody else's duty," close quotes. I am astonished by this argument. There is nothing which suggests that I was consoling Ms. Zondi. I do not know what Mrs. Zondi's cause is that is spoken about. Ms. Zondi has not finished with her evidence. I do not know what is going to become of the rest of her cross-examination for me to be perceived to have aligned with her cause at this stage. The applicant's testimony is that I have openly identified and aligned myself with Ms. Zondi and her cause again. I reiterate that I do not know her cause. All I know is that she has given evidence about what allegedly occurred to her. I have not pronounced on her evidence, and it is too early for me to even formulate an opinion in my mind, because I have not heard the version of the accused, let alone their evidence if they decide to tender it. It is ridiculous in the extreme to even perceive that I have accepted Ms. Zondi's version as true and correct. As alluded to, how would I do so without the version to compare it with? Or there is not to compare it, because there's not even a shred of a version of the accused put to Ms. Zondi. It is only an unreasonable person who would formulate a perception that I have already convicted and sentenced the applicants from what I have said to Ms. Zondi. The applicants further submit that I am biased in favor of the state and Ms. Zondi while prejudiced against them. There is not even an iota of evidence to even give the applicants an inclination that I had taken sides in this matter. There is nothing leaning towards that in what I have said to the witness. No reasonable person would allege actual bias on these facts. With respect, the perception that applicants shall not receive a fair trial and I shall not be partial is baseless. That cannot be inferred from what I said to the witness, nor can a reasonable person be drawn, nor a reasonable perception be drawn from the circumstances under which the statement was made. Taken singularly and also globally, the grounds for my recusal are spurious. As stated in SAFU judgment above, the test applicable in this matter is a twofold objective element, or what tend to be known as double reasonable requirement. In South Africa, Commercial Catering and Allied Workers Union and others versus Ivan and Johnson Limited, Seafoods Division, Fish Processing. It's 2000 volume 3, 705 CC, paragraph 16. Cameron AJ, as he then was, set of this requirement. I quote, The double unreasonableness requirement also highlights the fact that mere apprehensiveness on the part of a litigant that a judge will be biased, even a strongly and honestly felt anxiety, is not enough. The court must carefully scrutinize the apprehension to determine whether it is to be regarded as reasonable. In adjudging this, the court superimposes a nominative assessment of the litigant's anxieties. It attributes to the litigant's apprehension a legal value, thereby decide whether it is such that it should be countenanced in law, close quotes. Having applied this and other principles in this case, I am of the view that a reasonable person in the position of the applicants would not apprehend bias from the utterances or the common courtesy wishing of Ms. Zondi good luck in her examination. I further find the apprehension itself is unreasonable. It is not about the subjective feelings of the applicants. The applicants have failed even to prove objective facts which led them to apprehend that I am biased. The applicants have to establish that a reasonable, objective, and informed person would on the utterance have reasonably apprehended that I am biased and shall not be able to bring an impartial mind to bear in adjudication of this matter. They have dismally failed to do that. These are my reasons.
Is that quite pleased, my lord?
Sorry, my lord.
You
were waiting for me, Sizozam. My lord, before I address you, can I give you a copy of a judgment of Goosen J?
You're addressing me in connection with what, Mr. Price?
It is dealing with the recusal. We are bringing an application for leave to appeal to SA, my lord. I think it will be quite useful because I will be quoting liberally from it, my lord. It's a recent judgment.
So you'll be arguing right away?
Yes, my lord.
Where's the application, by the way?
It has been filed. If you haven't got it, then it's someone else's turn to be
in terms of section 16.1. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, first and foremost, let me indicate, as I've indicated to you in chambers, this is always a very difficult application. Yes. Because it tends to become personal, or to appear to be personal. But your lordship knows it's not personal. I'm briefed to do a job, and I'm going to do the best I can, my lord. My lord, may I first begin by indicating that this is actually a two-pronged application for leave to appeal. Your lordship has now given reasons for the recusal, but the other part of it, my lord, if you look at the
quashing of charges.
Yes, the quashing of charges. Your lordship also did not give reasons there. So I'm going to ask you.
May I ask in respect of that one? I don't want to interrupt.
Sir, of course, certainly, my lord.
I think you know what type of order I issued there. I'm not sure whether you're familiar with that. I issued an order to the effect that I shall reserve the reasons and hand them either during the trial or at a later stage. Have they been sought?
No, my lord, but the problem is, if I may just address you on that point, the problem is that both your application, both your decision not to quash the charges and your decision not to recuse yourself are final judgments. They're not interlocutory.
I'm with you.
And when you're dealing with final judgments, you must give reasons, my lord. And the purpose of giving reasons, particularly in that application to quash the charges, being an in limine application, is particularly important, my lord, because that is the crux of the case. That's where the case begins. And my respectful submission, I would have asked your lordship to give me reasons.
Yes.
Because it is...
Because what occurred thereafter was that they decided to exercise another right, and then I had to enter a plea of not guilty in terms of section 109 and on.
Yes,
so there was no indication that there was an appeal at all.
No, there wasn't, my lord, but this is crucial. I'm going to try and argue these two together so we don't waste time individualizing these two. My argument, my lord, is that when we consider the recusal application, we must also look at this application. And my submission, my lord, is, and I say this with the greatest of respect, my submission is that the refusal to quash the charges has got the ability in itself to persuade a court, another court in this instance, that in itself is an indication of an apprehension of bias. My submission, my lord, I make very simply that there's nothing more important in a criminal case than the charge sheet, because that's where it all starts. And the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa makes that very clear in section 35(1)(a) and following, that you must get a clear and concise charge sheet. And
may I just interrupt
certainly,
again?
of course,
yes,
of course,
Mr. Price. I think, let me raise this from
yes,
the onset. I think the notes of the notes of application for leave to appeal is wrong.
It's wrong.
Yes.
This one is wrong.
Yes. In the sense that you can you check the section? Do you have the Superior Courts Act?
I don't have it here, my lord, but I've looked at it over and over. It says 16(1)(a) subsection 1 says any decision by a single judge.
It's most probably yours is not up to date. I don't know.
Well, it's the very latest it's the very latest that I've got.
The very latest section, which deals actually the section which you've quoted, doesn't say what you say.
Are you talking about section 16(1)?
16(1), yeah. I'm talking about 16(1)(a).
Roman 1.
Roman 1, yes. Because if you check the commentary thereof, it says an appeal. This does not include an appeal in a matter regulated in terms of Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 77, yes, or in terms of any criminal procedure law. Yes. And then it refers to the definition of this section. The definition says, if I may, where's this?
Where is your lordship reading from?
I'm reading from the notes.
Not up in
from,
which book?
No. I'm reading from Jones and Buckle.
Is that Erasmus? Oh, Jones and Buckle.
It's in fact it's Van Logan and
yes,
yes, the Supreme Court Act, second
yes,
edition, Van Logan.
There are a lot of them, my lord. That's why
yes,
I was just
yes,
trying to find out which one you were reading
yes,
from.
And the appeal says Chapter 5 does not include an appeal in a matter regulated in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, and in terms of any other criminal procedural law.
Yeah. We're not bringing this application in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act.
What are you bringing it in
terms of section 16?
No.
This is not this. The Criminal Procedure Act, my lord, deals with appeals that have been completed.
Yes.
This is not a completed case. So
okay. Let me now that we define.
You can take your lordship. Your lordship can take it for granted that yes, I have made inquiries, because this is something quite new.
Yes.
And I have spoken to the correspondent attorneys, and I'm told this is the route to go. But I do understand what your lordship is saying. But I've had a look at section 319 and 316 of the Criminal Procedure Act, and they deal with matters that have been completed. 316 that deals with appeals, and 3165 deals with where you want to put new evidence.
In my understanding, 316 is the most relevant to.
Yes, but 316 is not relevant here.
Yes.
It's not relevant here because we're still in the middle of the trial, my lord. And 319 is the one where they reserve points of law. Both of these are points of law.
Okay.
But 319 is not applicable, my lord, because that point of law is dealt with by the Court of Appeal at the end of the case, which is why they are reserved. I do understand, though, your lordship. I had to take a good look through all of this. But may I then proceed, my lord?
Yes, you may proceed, Mr.
My lord, the most important thing that has changed from, let's call it the bad old days, to where we are now, is the respect that our courts, and in particular brought about by our Constitution, that our courts have for the presumption of innocence. You wouldn't say that when you look at the press and the social media and all of that, but this court, I know, respects the presumption of innocence. To assist an accused person, my lord, and to ensure that there's at least some equality of arms. In other words, there's some measure of equality between ourselves and the state. The state have got a police force to help them, we don't. The Constitution steps in and says things like, the charge sheet must set out in detail, not only the Constitution, but also the Criminal Procedure Act, in detail, time, place, and manner of offence. Now, my lord, this is one, with all due respect, I'll say this with great respect, this is one of the worst charge sheets I've ever seen. Because this charge sheet says, in places, in 2010, at or near Israel, I've never been to Israel, but it's not a blob. It's a country. I was raped. It's got to be much more specific, my lord. It's got to be much more specific, both as to time. Israel is a big place. And as I think your lordship, or maybe Mr. Doberman did point out, Ms. Zondi, look at her passport. Her passport will show when she was in Israel. And she couldn't have been there too long, so you could narrow it down considerably, my lord. Which, of course, this wasn't done. Mr. Doberman, in his cross-examination, even managed to narrow down the time period to a certain degree. But, my lord, the real importance of a proper and thorough charge sheet is to enable you to prepare and to plead. It enables you to challenge the state's case, my lord. And this is a formidable state case that Mr. Doberman has to challenge, my lord. There are 21 witnesses. We don't want a situation of conviction by number. You normally wouldn't be convicted if there were 2, but there are 21, so good night, sweet prince. We don't want that. So Mr. Doberman must be assisted by a proper, thorough, and really more detailed charge sheet, my lord. I'm certainly not pointing fingers at your lordship. I'm pointing fingers at the state. This is a bad charge sheet. I think we must carry on, my lord. Then these cameras will turn themselves off. They won't know what we're talking about. My lord, you know the alibi is so important. It's so important, my lord.
And the defense of alibi.
Yes, the defense.
In respect of the...
In respect of a lot of these people, my lord. Now, for Mr. Doberman, and anyone for that matter, Mr. Doberman has really done a sterling job in my view. For Mr. Doberman to have to challenge these witnesses, and my lord, we all know how it works. Cheryl Zondi made 2 statements, I gather, one to the police and one that she wrote herself. Now, from what I gather, my lord, and I'm not addressing you on the merits, rest assured, she appears to have deviated in the sense that in the first statements there was no suggestion of vaginal penetration or attempted vaginal penetration. It only came out in the evidence in chief. Now, I'm not being critical of that. I'm just saying this is something Mr. Doberman must deal with. Now, if that had been, if a proper and thorough consultation had been done, and I don't know, I can't accuse my learned friends of not doing one. You then have to ask her, look, you say this is what happened to you, I was abused. Give us some details. What was the abuse? And if I can just, on one very important point, my lord, and I think it's a particularly important point, and not because of the people around here that know what's going on, but because of the absolute nonsense that is spoken outside this court. Mr. Doberman being criticized for asking how far was the penetration. You would swear that he's just shot the Pope, the way they carried on. My lord, that question may not have been asked in the best possible way. Yes, but it was necessary, my lord, because it's all about penetration. And it's all about labia majorum, labia minora, etc., to determine, in fact, whether your lordship at the end of the day can find attempted rape or, in fact, rape. So it was a very necessary question, perhaps a little crassly asked, but it was a very important question. Now, remaining on the charge sheet, my lord, that alone, I think, we need to have the view of the highest court, my lord. We need to hear what the Supreme Court of Appeal might say. Because, my lord, there's so many things the Supreme Court of Appeal could say. They may say what your lordship suggests. They say, cross-examine. Get your evidence from when it happened through cross-examination. But then you're ignoring the Constitution that says you're entitled to a proper, decisive, and thorough charge sheet. So they're not likely to go that route. But they may, my lord, refer the matter back to this court and then make an order that the prosecution re-examine or re-consult with all their witnesses and get better details. That may be, and your lordship would have to obviously preside over that. I don't know what they're going to do, my lord, but it's something so crucial.
So because it's silent, you're not so appeal, it's silent on whether you seek leave to the SCA or to...
It is so, my lord.
The full bench of this court.
No, my submission, my lord, is that the highest court of appeal in this country needs to deal with it. Okay. My lord, if your lordship grants us leave to appeal, obviously we want to waste as little time as possible. And my learned friend and I will get together. It's normally 30 days for me, 30 days for him, 15 days. But there's nothing preventing us from saying, we'll get it in 10 days, he does 10 days, we waive our 5 days. We can have this thing up there in no time, my lord. And I know it's not fair to the complainants that are waiting to testify. It's not fair to Cyril Zondi, who will have to return, but it's also not fair to the accused as well. So, my lord, let us have another view. Let's have another opinion. Let's see what the SCA says about this. Because if you look at all the books, Hemstra's book, the Toy and Pies, all of it, they're not good on this. Well, let me put it differently. There's not much case law on this.
There's none.
In fact, there's very little. So it's very difficult for you and it's very difficult for us. So what we do, my lord, we argue on our feelings, what we submit should be there. And that is why we're going to the alibi. Now, I noticed in the evidence of Cheryl Zondi, my lord, Mr. Doberman raised an alibi. Because he was able to raise an alibi because he pinned her down to a certain period of time. Now, if Mr. Doberman, through cross-examination, can narrow the period as much as he did, then I think a little bit of extra consultation, perhaps get even more senior advocacy in for the state. I'm not pointing fingers. These are very competent people. But you know, this is a tough case, my lord. It's a very, very tough case. Not only for us, but for yourself as well. And I think it would be so much easier for Mr. Doberman to be able to then conduct his cross-examination if he's got more details, my lord. And of course, that will shorten the cross-examination. Because Mr. Doberman is forced, because of the vagueness of the charges, to ask questions that you normally wouldn't need to ask if you had more specific details. So I would really request your lordship to grant us leave on that. My lord, on the recusal, there are a number of things that your lordship made, comments made that you made that I agree with. It's a tough thing to ask anyone to recuse themselves. And it's not, the interesting thing is it doesn't matter where you bring a recusal application. In reviews in the lower courts, they tend to like you to bring them rather earlier than later. But you'll see in the judgment I gave you that where the impartiality or the alleged impartiality of a presiding officer is concerned, my lord, if you look at page 4, paragraph 12, the general restraint upon a court exercising its review jurisdiction in unterminated proceedings does not apply in circumstances where the impartiality of the judicial officer is impugned. So it doesn't really matter at what point in time this application for recusal was brought. It may matter in the sense
You're reading
that,
from which paragraph?
my lord, it's page 4,
Page 4.
paragraph 12.
You were involved in this matter?
Yes, I was involved.
Yes.
One of the few I've won, my lord.
Yes. One of the few you've won.
We've had a bad run, my lord. We've had a bad run. By the way, I won 2 today, so I mustn't complain too much. My lord, I've marked in green. I'm sure it's come through on your copy, has it not?
Yes, yeah, it has.
That is what I'm relying on. Then, my lord, if I could turn the page.
Marked portions of.
Yes, the marked portions.
It's
if I
12,
could turn,
13, and 14.
yes, my lord.
Yes.
If you turn over the page, these are judgments Lagranzi, Roberts, and there are a few others later, your lordship's judgment at paragraph 21 that you've referred to, the President of the Republic of South Africa.
Yes.
But let me just read why I submit that we should get leave. I want to make one thing very clear, my lord. I'm not for 1 second suggesting that you are biased. Not at all. I'm not for 1 second suggesting that you're malicious. I know you're not malicious from my experience with you. But that is not the test, my lord. That is unfortunately not the test. Yeah. If you see in Lagranzi's case, the SCA says, what the law requires is not only that a judicial officer must conduct the trial open.
You're on which page?
Page 5, my lord, paragraph 14.
Page 5, paragraph 14.
Yeah. What the law requires is not only that a judicial officer must conduct the trial open-mindedly, impartially, and fairly. Now, I don't have a problem with that at this point in time, but that such conduct, and yes, the secret, my lord, must be manifest to all those who are concerned in the trial and its outcome, especially the accused. Now, the reason why I make that so important, my lord, is because you may say something completely innocently. Let's take, for example, the comment about the accused must get an opportunity to prove their innocence. Now, that in all probability, you may have said it in complete innocence. But that is not what's important, my lord. What's important is how the accused or the reasonable people in the position of the accused see it. This is not an application, my lord, for an leave to appeal based on your lordship's bias. We are not for 1 second suggesting, and certainly I won't be part of a suggestion that you are biased. It's simply unfortunate choice of words which we've been guilty of ourselves. What does it mean to the obvious person? Now, I can understand. Let's go to Cheryl Zondi. I can understand that your comment that you didn't come here for yourself, you come here for justice. I can understand that your further comment that leave this to us was intended as being nice to her, if I could put it in as crass a way as I can. But, my lord, what does it mean to the person in the position of the accused? It means something totally different. All I'm saying is it's possible from that wording, my lord, for a person other than yourself, and even accepting that your lordship didn't mean it in any particularly bad way, it may create the impression to the reasonable accused. Now we're dealing with an accused, my lord. We're not dealing with a lawyer or a paralegal or something like that. To believe, Why is he making these comments to this particular witness? It goes further, my lord. Your lordships appeared, and I'm saying this again, my lord, with the utmost respect, that you treated Ms. Zondi very cosily. Your lordship repeatedly said to you, "Are you all right? Would you like to adjourn? Are you tired? Would you like to sit? Do you need some time?" Now, my lord, again, taking in isolation those comments.
Were they not set in context?
Well, if you read them in context, it's the repetitive of them that worries me. I do understand that your lordship was perhaps trying to make the witness in a very difficult situation. She's sitting there testifying, and it's very difficult, but we must remember, sadly, my lord, and I think she was wrong, it was her choice to testify in open court. I think she should have testified in camera, but that's the point. Now, yes, it's the accused and the two ladies with, and they're looking at this, and they're thinking, why are you mollycoddling this witness? Why are you carrying her? Why are you so nice to her? It may be because your lordship's a nice person. It may well be. But that's not how it's seen by someone there, my lord. Now, my lord, if we go any further, then I'm not going to read everything in green. I know that your lordship will read it. But
in fact, I read this judgment.
Yes, my lord. I think it's very important, though, to say what is said in paragraph 15. It must be, paragraph 15 on page 5. It must never be forgotten that an impartial judge is a fundamental prerequisite for a fair trial. Right. Now, even if we accept, my lord, that you're an impartial judge, that again is not the test. That's the basic principle. Then they go further, they say fairness and impartiality must be both subjectively present, and I accept in your mind it's subjectively present, my lord, and objectively demonstrated to the informed and reasonable observer. There's the problem, objectively demonstrated. Your lordship might have acted subjectively in a way that really doesn't require your lordship to even consider a recusal, but from an objective point of view, to people watching your lordship, another impression might have been created. And sadly, my lord, that is the only test that the accused needs to overcome. It's not bias, my lord, it's perceived bias. And there is also a case law that says, when in doubt, get out. My lord, then, if I can take you to the bottom of page 6, and the last 3 lines, my lord, of the President of the Republic of South Africa, Salford judgment.
That's page 6, yes.
Page 6 at the bottom, my lord. At the same time, it must never be forgotten that an impartial judge is a fundamental prerequisite for a fair trial. And a judicial officer should not hesitate to recuse herself or himself. If there are reasonable grounds on the part of the litigant, let me stress this, on the part of the litigant, not on the part of Terry Price, on the part of Peter Doman, on the part of the litigant, for apprehending that the judicial officer, for whatever reasons, and that's another important issue, was not or will not be impartial. My lord, if we go over the page to McLaughlin, page 7, I'm going to look at 24, my lord.
Okay.
Because I think it's important to state that 23, if your lordship grants leave to appeal, we've already indicated we'll shorten the times and get this thing up there as soon as possible. If your lordship refuses both applications, no, please, my lord, this is not a threat. I'm just telling you what the legal position is. We cannot continue. The trial cannot continue while we go to the SCA on petition. And that's what they say here, my lord. Paragraph 24. Paragraph 23. The disqualification is so complete that continuing to preside after recusal, and these are very important words, my lord, should have occurred. So this isn't a court of appeal looking and saying, that gentleman or that lady over there should have recused themselves. Should have occurred, renders the further proceedings a nullity. So whatever we do here, my lord, leave granted, where we can try and speed it up, or leave not granted, where we will also, obviously, my lord, try and speed it up. The matter cannot continue. I think it's essential that we get it to carry on as soon as possible, my lord, and I've indicated to you, we can cut the times in agreement between the parties. Now, my lord, this particular case is a very interesting case, the one I'm reading from. The magistrate called Mr. Grebeno, who you know, and said to him, do you know what the prosecutor in this case did? It's not just before he gave his judgment. He said to me, you better hurry up and give judgment because the accused is still stealing from the complainant. So that's not what we've got here. I mean, that's over the top. I'm sure your lordship wouldn't have hesitated to taking steps in those circumstances. But what happens then, he says, phone me, bring an application so that I accuse myself, which we did. Then he refused. But what he said, my lord, and that is something I want to stress, we must not do here. He said, I am a fair-minded person. I'm not biased or anything like that. That is not the test, my lord. Sadly. So even as your lordship sits there, and even if I, my lord, subjectively speaking, believe that your lordship is not partial, that's not the test. The test is what is the reasonable person in the position of the accused say. My lord, if I can then just summarize, I've taken a number of issues out of the record that I submit individually may not mean too much, but put together and looked at globally or holistically do mean something. My lord, one thing particularly perturbed me, and that is at one point in time Mr. Doberman, cross-examining Ms. Zondi, said to her, well, got her to concede that the every other day rape she was talking about occurred in a particular period of time. And then once he got her to confirm it happened then, and it happened every other day, then Mr. Doberman took out an air ticket. Now, it was quite obvious why he's taking out an air ticket. He's going to reveal an alibi. But he was able to there, my lord, because the period of time was narrow, which we don't have in the charge sheet. And then, before Mr. Doberman went further, Ms. Zondi then said, oh, is that the trip to America? And Mr. Doberman said yes. And then your lordship made a comment that worried me a little.
That when I said it was, you recognize that it was before the
yes.
ticket was
yes.
Yeah.
It
was the record, yes, I don't have to state the reason why I asked that.
Your lordship
yes, I remember I asked that. Yes,
your lordship may have had a very good reason for asking it from your perspective.
Yes.
But my lord, it doesn't read well. Because the way it reads is, forget about you haven't already caught her out because she said, I'm not saying that's what is a fact, my lord, I'm saying that's the apprehension. Because that is a crucial point in the credibility of evidence, my lord. If your lordship had a fine, and I've read the record a bit, I'm not going to go into detail, I'm not going to address some of it, but if your lordship had to find that in a period of time that she says, without fear of contradiction, the pastor, accused number one, raped her, that the pastor was in America, my lord, that is a massive blow to her credibility. Another part is where she claims it happened at a particular house, and Mr. Doberman's documentation that house was not occupied by the pastor but by other people. That, my lord, is devastating to her credibility. So all I'm saying, my lord, in a case with as much emotion as we have here, and it's emotional, my lord, for all of us, your lordship included, we've got to be very careful, very, very careful, all of us, my lord, how we put things, how we say things. So I'm submitting, my lord, that from a holistic point of view and purely from an apprehension or perception of bias, perception, people in the position of the accused may well believe that your lordship might be biased. And that is enough, my lord, for you to grant leave to appeal. And my lord, the Court of Appeal in Bloemfontein, should you grant leave, may turn around and give us a thorough hiding on this. They can turn around and say that His Lordship, Mr. Justice Makula, didn't say anything wrong. Those words you've taken out of context, you shouldn't have argued it that way, you don't have merits, but let them say it, my lord. Because then you stand completely clear and the matter can continue, if of course nothing happens on the first application. My lord, all I'm saying is that every one of us can make a mistake. And every one of us does make mistakes, my lord. All the time, every day. I think the crucial thing here, my lord, is to see, and I know it's tough because your lordship is sitting in a very high position. It's tough. Is to say, you know what, I might have got it wrong. But let's see what the SCA says about it. Because the SCA may come out 100% in your favour, my lord. And that will then mean that this case continues as it would have been continued. All I'm saying, my lord, is what happens if we get to the SCA, either by way of petition or if your lordship grants us leave, and the SCA says the charge sheet is an abomination and or based on a perception and only a perception of bias, your Lordship should have done what was suggested in the reported case. When in doubt, walk out. Now, I'm asking your Lordship, and I'm asking your Lordship in the spirit of one of the best legal systems in the world. This country has got an incredible legal system based on probably the most proactive constitution in the world. In the interest of justice, my Lord, not pointing fingers at you or the prosecution, I'm requesting you humbly, my Lord, to grant us leave to appeal to SCA. And I promise you that if your Lordship does so, we will cut our days down and we will get this thing up there as soon as possible. Can I have a second, my Lord?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, my Lord. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Fines. Mr. Ndeva.
As a court, this is my lord. My lord, I'm going to go straight to the merits of his application without going to the procedure as to how this was brought. Can I just... Lord, may I first address on the first ground, that is the ground of quashing of the charges. I do not agree with my friend. First, in that point that this is an appealable ruling. And my lord, on its nature, that ruling is not appealable, since it does not have the final decision. I like the way, my lord, that
You mean the question of charges?
The question of charges. That is the refusal to quash the charge sheet. Has not, does not have the effect of a final ruling. The court can change its mind anytime during that trial. Therefore, it is not appealable. And if I can draw the court's attention as to how the court has been dealing with the judgment that are interlocutory, I want to draw the court's attention to this judgment, in my lord. It's a Maze Board decision.
What?
Let me just get it in full, my lord. It's my lord, is the Maze Board.
Maze Board.
Maze Board, yes.
Are you going to provide me with a copy or?
Maze Board, I've got a board, my lord. Maze Board and Tiger Oats Limited. Its installation, my lord, is, for my learned friends, is 2002, volume 3, all SA reports, at page 593. Is an appellate division, and the paragraph I'm reading from is paragraph 4, where the court was defining the non-appealable decision. The non-appealable decision. Yes. That is the ruling by the court. The court was quoting from another decision with approval. That judgment that this court was quoting from was by Judge of Appeal Harams in the Zweni versus the Minister of Law and Order. The court held, generally speaking, a non-appealable decision, that or ruling, is a decision which is not final, because the court of the first instance is not entitled to alter it. Sorry, my lord. Because the court of the first instance is entitled to alter it, nor derivative of the rights of the parties, nor has the effect of disposing of at least a substantial portion of the relief claimed in the main proceedings. Therefore, it is my submission that the decision to refuse, my lord, to quash those charges has not an effect of a final ruling. And also, our law in this regard